everyone. Welcome to this special episode of the Arieknits podcast. I guess it's not my normal podcast episode, but it is the Everything I've Made in 2024 video. As you can probably tell from the title, I will be showing you all and talking about everything that I have finished knitting in the year 2024. This is my third time doing this episode, and I've really enjoyed doing them, and I think you all enjoy watching them too. I know that it is the end of January now, and a lot of people have already put out their videos for everything they've made, and so if you're watching this, thank you so much for your patience if you're waiting for this too. There is a lot of prep, as I'm sure you can imagine, that goes, behind the scenes of doing these kinds of videos. I've tried my best for this one, so it's like I had to pull out everything that I've made, put them all in a pile so they're easy to access. I've tried to get all of my notes up on my computer, so I will be referencing my notes. I'll basically be referencing my Ravelry pages to remind me of like the size and yarn that I used for a project. And I will also be I will show you all the ones that I do have in my possession. There are some things that I don't have in my possession anymore because they were gifts or something like that. But for those ones, I will try my best to put a picture up so you can all still see what I'm talking about. And so we're just gonna hop right in, I think. So the way that this video will work is I will first just talk about a little bit about the numbers on what I knit last year and all of that, and then I will be doing them in categories of types of knits. So I'll do sweaters in one section. So if you're only interested in sweaters, you can probably hop into that section where I only talk about sweaters, or if you're only interested in accessories, I'll just have an accessory section, So that's how I will be doing it, and let's get right to it because this is going to be a long episode. Okay, so for 2024, I have in my notes a total of 61 projects, which is crazy. I do also want to compare it to 2023. So 61 projects in 2024. That is up 2 projects from 2023. I will say that even though it is a little more projects, and as you'll see, a little more yardage as well from the year before, the numbers have really changed in terms of how many of what type of thing that I'm knitting. So I found that to be really interesting. Okay, so 61 total projects in 2024. I have listed, what I've recorded down is a total of 63,899 yards. That is more yardage than I did in 2023. I think that's about, is that 2,000 yards? No, sorry, 12,000 yards. I can't math. 12,000 yards more than last year, which is crazy, but I think a lot of that has come from my blanket that I've knit this year. I will show you all that blanket, but I've knit a blanket, used a lot of yarn, and so I do think that part of that yardage, huge amount of yardage, is that blanket. Actually, multiple blankets, 2 blankets. 63,899 yards. I didn't have any goal for, a certain yardage amount to knit. I just wanted to be stash negative. So I feel like that's good. I was stash negative for the most part. Test knits. This is an interesting number. So I only had 7 test knits last year, which is still maybe kind of a lot, but in 2023 I had 12. And in 2022 I had 17. And so as the years have gone by, I'm doing less test knits, which is something that I kind of wanted to do because sometimes having too many at the same time is kind of stressful. So 7 test knits last year, which is less than double digits. Okay, and now for the breakdown of the numbers of categories of things that I've knit. And I will say these numbers in the order of the categories that I will be talking in, so it's not more or less or in an increasing or decreasing order. It is just going to be in the order of the category that I'm going to talk about. So the first category I will talk about is my cardigans. I've knit 5 last year, and actually both in 2022 and 2023, I've knit 9, like in each of those years. And so I've knit slightly less cardigans last year. I knit 14 shirts or vests, which is actually the exact same amount as 2023. And let's see, shawls and scarves, this is a number and a category that I have almost doubled from the year before how much I've knit. So in 2024, I have knit 15 shawls or scarves. Some of these are cowls. I've been really into cowls lately, and so, those are smaller projects, so that kind of makes it easier to, knit more of them than like huge shawls. But I have knit some pretty big shawls last year. I was very into the shawls. Sweaters, this is my least amount of sweaters I've knit in a year since, I've only been counting all of these numbers from 2022. So I've knit 11 sweaters last year. That's not even one a month. It's close. But yeah, I was kind of surprised that I didn't knit at least 12 sweaters. I figured, one sweater a month sounds like a pace that I would be at. So, but I think it is all of those shawls that I've knit last year. So 11 sweaters last year. And for socks, I have knit 5 socks this past year, which kind of caught me by surprise. I kind of felt like maybe I knit like 2 socks or something, but I think some of them were right at the end of the year was when I knit a couple socks, and so that probably helped kind of like with that number. That is but that is up more than 2023 where I knit 3 socks. So, and this year, 2025, I'm planning on knitting at least 12. So we'll see how that goes. Hats, I have knit 2 hats this past year. It's been about that for the past years before that as well. And then for other accessories, I really just had to kind of like make this category to kind of fit some other weird things that only have like onesie twosies. So this includes blankets, those pillow covers that I've made, and some other accessories that are not neck accessories or anything like that. So I've knit 9 last year. If you have watched my podcast, you'll know 5 of those was the Stella quilt cushion, which I will talk about. And most of them, or 4 of them, were gifts. So that's like almost half of the other accessories that I've knit. So, that also plays into that number. But yeah, so those are the numbers of things. So I have a total of, again, 61 things I'm going to talk about today. And let's see. Oh, just a couple other things for spinning. I don't show my spinning things that I've spun in the past year for a couple of reasons. One is actually the main one is that I kind of use a lot of my spins in my projects almost like as soon as I spin it, or like I spin something to knit with it right away, kind of. So a lot of those spins are actually just like in projects. And also it's just really hard for me to keep track. And for these videos, I really just want to keep it to the things that I have like finished knitting and those like finished objects of garments and accessories, I guess. So yeah, but the total spun ounces that I have calculated could be slightly off, but total spun ounces is 86 ounces in 2024. That is up around 20 ounces from the year before. The year before that, I only was spinning for, wow, is that right? The year before that, in 2023, I've only been spinning for like not even half the year. And I spun 65 ounces? Wow, that's kind of crazy. So I do feel like I have been spinning pretty regularly in 2024. So 86 ounces, pretty good. And I did 1 sweater spin. So I feel like because I only recently started spinning, I also did 1 sweater spin in 2023. So 1 sweater spin in 2024. I do have plans for a sweater spin already for 2025, and so I'm really excited for that. Okay, now that all of those numbers are out of the way, let's get right into showing you my projects. Okay, so first category is going to be cardigans. Again, I have 5 of them to show you all. So I am not saying these in any really particular order, because yeah, it's just gonna be kind of hard to keep track of like basically just all of that. So I am just going to pull out the ones just one by one and I'll talk about it. And I do have my Ravelry page open here for my notes. So if you see me looking here, that is what I am doing. Okay, let's talk about this one first. It might take me a while to pull them out of my pile here. They're all piled on a table, which is really nice to have a table, but I don't want everything to collapse down, so I'm gonna try and do my best here. Okay, let's talk about this one. This is my Milton cardigan. It's this long one here. This is a pattern by Joji Locatelli. I knit size 2. I use US 4 needles or 3.5 millimeter needles to knit this. And the yarn I used, as you can see, it's striped, so there's 2 different color yarn and type of yarn that I use for this. So the white kind of speckly fluffy color is a Woolberry Fiber Co. Berry Surrey in the colorway Camp Woolberry. And then the blue is Woolberry Berry Natural, so the non-superwash fingering weight yarn from Woolberry in the colorway Seashore. And for both of these colorways, I used almost 2 full skeins of yarn. I think for the Surrey, I used about 1.5 skeins, and for the Berry Natural, I used almost 2 full skeins of it. And it is a really, really fun knit. Okay, it looks crazy, maybe because it is fingering weight plus a lace weight, alternating in stripes. It's a very long cardigan. I have to like hold it all the way back here for you to see the length of this. But it is, and the body increases as you make it even longer. So surprisingly to me, this was actually, didn't feel that like time consuming in a way to knit. I really, really enjoyed the knit. I do think part of it is because there are stripes where you just kind of like keep just knitting the next stripe. And that makes it seem not as terribly long to knit, but yes, it is the longest cardigan I have ever knit, but I love the end result. It is a very airy and light cardigan, and so I haven't worn it as much as I thought I would. I think because I'm usually, if I'm cold and I want a cardigan, I'm usually reaching for something a bit thicker. But I am hoping, because I finished this, I finished this in October, and so things were starting to get a little cooler, that I feel like this would be a great cardigan for the summertime, you know, when it's just a little chilly, but some like air going through would be welcome and nice. And so I am curious to see if I get more wear out of this cardigan during the summer months. But let's see, I started this in August, so that's like 2 months. Is that right? August, September, October. 2 months. I finished this in 2 months. I feel like that's really not bad considering everything, like how long this is. I feel like, let's see, I mean, I don't know, the construction was great. It is top down. It has a like shawl collar. Like it's a, maybe kind of hard to see, but it's like a 3x1 rib for the collar here. It is worked at the same time as the rest of the body, and so it's not anything you have to like sew on later or pick up and knit later. It has kind of this like saddle shoulder look, but that is also just knit with the increases. You're not making this as a separate piece and then picking up. So that was really nice. There are short rows in the sleeve shoulder, and so that makes the fit really nice. And overall, it's a great knit. I just haven't really worn it too much this year. But again, I think that might be something that's just like a lot nicer for the summer months. So yeah, that is the Milton cardigan. Oh, one more detail I do want to say about this before I move on to the next one is, would I knit this again? I feel like I would say no, Not anything because of like I didn't like the pattern or I didn't like the knitting. It's just that it is such a look for a cardigan, you know, that I don't know if I want two of them. I don't know if I need two of them. I feel like for like some basic looking knitting, like plain stockinette something, I can like picture in different colors and feel like it would be really nice to have multiple of those in my wardrobe. But for something that feels a bit more, this isn't really statement-y because it is also just basically stockinette, but it is stripes and it is like a fluffy lace striped very long cardigan. And so as much as, well, okay, if this is a great thing to wear during the summer, then I would actually maybe consider making another one in very different colors though. But actually, I just had this thought while I was thinking about it. I could see myself making a short version of this, actually, in different colors, and make it just short. Like, make it like maybe a cropped one would be also pretty cute. That could be an idea. So I think if I made this again, it would probably be like a short version of it. And I think that would be really cute. But I just don't see myself making another very long one of this, especially because I haven't worn it too much lately. Again, it could be because the weather's really cold, but yeah. Okay, so now that's all I have to say about the Milton cardigan. Now I have to figure out where to put all of these things. Maybe I'll put them on the floor and then pile them back onto the table when I'm done. Okay, let's talk about this one next. I'm like pulling these all at the bottom of my pile, which is just great. Okay, let's hold this one up. This one is the Sitka Spruce cardigan. This was a test knit that I did for Taylor Harris. And so I knit size 1, and the yarn I used is Woolfolk Luft yarn. This was a yarn that was like gifted to me as part of the test knit, so I did not pay for this yarn. And I used 13 skeins of this. I think each skein was like 50 grams. Yeah, each skein is 50 grams, so it's not like your normal 100 gram skein. So that is why it kind of seems like a lot of skeins. But it is a lot of yarn because it is a pretty oversized cardigan and on the longer side, like full length cardigan with nice and baggy arms or sleeves. And I use, if you're wondering the colorway of the yarn, it was 16L. It is a dark brown. And okay, this was a test knit again for Taylor Harris. It was a secret test knit, and so I couldn't share too much about it while I was knitting it. At the end of this test knit and when the pattern was released, I do have a separate video on my in my YouTube videos that talks about, I like recorded each week the progress update on this and then put it all together in one video so you could still see the progress I was doing and kind of like how I was feeling throughout. Let me turn around and show you the back. So there are no buttons on this cardigan. It is an open cardigan. It has these gorgeous, like huge cables on the sleeve and on the back. There are these mini baubles in the center panel. And then some, I think it's like a 2x2 seat stitch over here. And also just like on the sleeve, the back part of the sleeve. But the cables run right on the top of the sleeve, right here. And it looks great. I was worried about my yarn choice, like is a dark brown, like too dark to show the cables, but I think it shows it up really nice. The design element I honestly was not sure about when I started this, but ended up really loving is these notches that happen right at where the neck kind of collar happens, and the band, the front band for the cardigan. I wasn't sure how I felt about it, but after wearing it a lot, I think that it was really great. I don't know what it is, but I think it is so cute, and it just makes the fit really nice too. Just to have kind of like a separate thing. Although I love a connecting collar and like button band, but no button. But it just adds this really cute detail that I really grown to enjoy. Okay, I love the end product of this, and I know that this was yarn that was gifted to me, and so that could sway how I felt about this yarn, but I have to say I really, really do love the feel of this yarn. It is very soft, it is very fluffy, and it's not as heavy as you would think because it is kind of a bulky yarn, but it is like kind of like a blown yarn, and so it takes up a lot of space, but it's not super dense and heavy. And I wear this all the time. I guess not during the summer when it's hot, but when I feel like I just need to like grab something to keep warm, this is the cardigan that I gravitate towards because it just has like the nicest fit, I think, in terms of just like, it almost feels like a heavy blanket. Just wearing a heavy blanket is kind of like how I kind of feel that it is, and there is absolutely no itch factor to this yarn at all, and so I can wear it with it touching my skin and for it to just feel fine. I'm not worried about it. The one thing is, and maybe this could be a factor of me just wearing it so much, is that it is kind of pilling a bit, and so you can maybe see that right on the sleeves here. If you can see that on the camera, just like all over here. It is textured though, and so there is a part of me that's like, maybe it's slightly less noticeable of all the pilling because there is texture in that knitted stitch, but it does kind of pill, but I'm not like in fear of it falling apart. Like I feel like there's some pilling in yarn that happens where I'm like, oh my gosh, at some point is everything just going to like disintegrate from the pilling? But for this, I just, maybe because the yarn is so thick, I just don't have that fear. I feel like if anything, maybe the pilling is more like, I mean, it's definitely pilling. Like it has those little nubs that are kind of forming, but it also is maybe kind of, all that fluff is maybe felting together a little bit. But at the same time, that felting together might kind of make it more sturdy as the structure of the cardigan, and then might just like last longer. I don't know. But besides that, like, I've loved wearing this. I think though, the one or the two slight things that I would change next time if I were to make this again, but I'll talk about that next, is that the sleeves are very wide for me, which if you've watched my other podcasts, I like my sleeves, or the wrist part of my sleeves to be tight enough where I can roll them up and for it to stay up on my arm so I can like do something like wash the dishes, because I wear my knits all the time. So these sleeves don't do that. They are pretty wide, and so if I have to do something like wash the dishes, I have to like take off the cardigan, which is kind of annoying. But again, it's just a personal preference thing. So if I were to make this again, I would probably decrease more to make the sleeves just a little bit, but only right at the wrist. Just make it smaller. And then the other thing is, I just wish that it is an open cardigan. So no buttons, although you could always add buttons if you wanted to, right? So next, I wouldn't add buttons to this one. So while it could be a solution to my problem, I'm too lazy for that. And then trying to pick out which buttons is just kind of a lot. But I wish that the overlap in the front, like there was more overlap, because I find myself sometimes it just stays open, and so like while the rest of me is very warm, just middle part of me is still kind of cold, and I have to keep kind of like really wrapping it around. I guess I could get like a belt kind of thing. I could knit a belt and tie it to keep it closed, but I do wish that it just had a bit more width to each of the front panels so that it would overlap a bit easier, especially while I'm like walking around. And again, I could add buttons, I could add a belt to fix this for this, but it's not something, it doesn't bother me that much to want to put in that effort to do that, but it is just something I wish, because I do just like having open cardigans and kind of yeah, belts just seem finicky. I'd have to like take it off all the time. I don't know, but anyway, those are my thoughts on this. Would I knit this again? I don't think, this is another thing where because there's like all these cables and it feels like such a statement piece and very kind of like a very unique look to a cardigan, I don't know if I would knit this exact pattern again. However, I would consider making something else in this yarn because this was my first and only time using this yarn. It is very pricey, and that is something that does kind of factor into me buying this yarn in the future. But it is a very nice yarn that I would love to knit with again. It's just kind of, I don't really knit things in a kind of bulky weight yarn or gauge, and so it would have to be a pattern that I just like absolutely love and need a yarn in that size and gauge. But it's a lovely yarn. I really wear this cardigan a lot. I think it's held up well for that. Just some pilling, but I'm not in fear of it falling apart from all of that wear and tear from it. So yeah, great cardigan to wear, and I love wearing it. I don't know if I'd knit the pattern again. There are other Taylor Harris patterns I would absolutely love to knit, and I would consider buying this yarn again in the future if a project pattern seemed like the perfect fit for it, but I have yet to kind of like find that. So I hope that helps summarize this cardigan. It really is one of my favorite cardigans to wear. Okay, the next cardigan I have to talk about is the Calm Down cardigan. This is a pattern by Lily Kate France, or Lily Kate Makes on Instagram. I knit size 1, and the yarn I used is Woolberry Fiber Co. Berry DK in the colorway Rabbit Rump. It is a white-based color with some gray and darker, I guess kind of more like black or just really, really dark gray speckles and kind of variegation on it. And I think it's really cute. This was a massive cardigan. I used almost 6 skeins of this yarn to knit this cardigan. However, what makes me love this cardigan even more, there are actually multiple reasons why I love this cardigan, is the fact that I knit it along with my friends, my Seattle friends and my Bay Area friends, and we all knit it and wore it to Flock last year, and we have a really cute group picture of us all wearing our Calm Down cardigans. And this cardigan, I've knit size 1. That is the smallest size, I believe, and it's a massive cardigan. When I was making it, the thing that made me nervous is actually how big this sleeve opening is, the armhole. And if you know me, I kind of lately have been really paying attention to armhole like depth and size. If it's too big, I'm basically, I don't like it. And of course, if it's too small, I'm just like, it's like into my armpit and it's not comfortable. And so when I was knitting this, it is knit top down. I was so worried. I was like, why are the armholes so big? But I just kept going with it. And I believe I knit this to pattern. I don't think I made any modifications to it. So I followed all the shaping and all of that. And it actually turned out that I love how this fits. So it is just like one of the most comfortable cardigans I have fit-wise. It is a DK weight yarn, and so I feel like DK weight cardigans are right at the start of the territory of like being a nice, that nice cozy blanket feeling for a cardigan to keep you really warm. And so that was like came to a surprise to me. Like I have to look, how many DK weight cardigans do I have? I must have a good amount. I think I do have a good amount of knit cardigans. I feel like at some point I should do like a review on knit cardigans, but this is up there on the top of my list for one of my favorite cardigans to wear. And it does have a double knit button band, and there are supposed to be buttons on this. I did knit the button holes. Where are they? I think they're on this side. I did knit the buttonholes for this, and I do love these type of buttonholes in the double knit bands because it just looks so nice and clean. But I did not sew on buttons, and at this point I don't plan on sewing the buttons on this. Oh, I forgot to talk about when I started and finished this. I started this cardigan end of October in 2023, and I finished it in February 2024. So that took me a good few months to finish, but it's not terrible, but it, definitely was working on it for a bit. It is nicely, like, full length, so it keeps my entire body warm. There are, like, a 1x1 rib detail on the sides of the body and also on the top of the sleeve. You just, like, have to kind of pull it so you can see it there. And it is pretty weighty, as you can tell, since it is almost 6 skeins. So that's, like, almost 600 grams, I guess. I don't know what that is in, like, pounds. But it has a nice weight to it. And so if you want that weighted blanket kind of feeling to wear, it is super nice. And yeah, I have reached this as well as my Sitka Spruce cardigan. Those two are the ones that I reach for the most, at least in 2024. After I finish these, I reached for them a lot to wear. Would I knit this again? I don't know, because it was such a massive project. Yes, I do knit other very massive projects, but I don't know, because it's like I have this one and I love it. I don't know if I really want to knit like another one. Although if I did knit another one, I would knit it in a solid color, because I feel like this, I thought it's a nice neutral, right? There's whites, grays, and kind of like black on it. And so I thought it'd be very easy to pair it with things to wear. But for some reason, it doesn't quite match a whole bunch of things. I feel like if I wear this, I want to just wear it with like the black shirt I'm wearing right now. It just doesn't really match other colors. And so if I were to make this again, I would choose a solid color in a more neutral color maybe. But there's other cardigans I want to knit, and I just don't know if I want to put in all of that. That's so much yarn also to buy for this. I guess I'm not opposed to it. I don't have immediate thoughts or plans on making another one of these, but I do wear this one all the time. So that is the Calm Down cardigan. Okay, I feel like I need to get moving for these projects. This is taking me a long time to talk through, but I do want to just share with you all the information. Okay, the next thing I want to talk about, this is a short sleeve cardigan. This is my Traveler Shell. This is a pattern by Andrea Mowry. If you know her Traveler things, I just recently finished the Traveler hoodie. I made the Traveler shawl, which I'll talk about later. But this is the Traveler Shell. It is a short sleeve cardigan, open, no buttons, although of course you can add buttons if you want. I knit size 2, and the yarn I use is Paisley Knit Sailing Sport Base. It is the 100% baby alpaca yarn, and I used almost 3.5 skeins of that, and the colorway is Golden Pavilion. It is this really, really nice light pastel blue, greens, and yellows in there from Paisley Knit's Japan collection. And let me hold it back here. You can see it is nicely oversized, short sleeves. It really doesn't even have, the only picking up and knitting you do for the sleeve is for the ribbing. If you can see that, if you've knit some other Andrea Mowry patterns lately, she kind of does this a lot for her drop shoulder sweaters, where after, this is knit bottom up. And so after you reach the part for your underarm, you cast on extra stitches for the underarm, and then you knit the rest of the top, and that just adds more drop. So it really is just like a drop shoulder plus picking up for the ribbing. And I started this November 1st, 2023, and I finished this March 22nd, 2024. Took me a few months, and I remember just feeling like this stitch pattern took forever to knit. I was like, here, if you can see it, it does alternate between a stockinette and reverse stockinette. So when you're knitting this flat, that does mean you really have to kind of keep track of when you're knitting or purling. Sometimes you have to knit 2 purl purl rows right one after the other, and sometimes you knit 2 knit rows right after the other, but most of the time you're alternating. And it was just like kind of hard for me to keep track in the beginning. It's a cardigan knit flat, you know, and so you are just knitting kind of like this entire row at a time. I felt like it was just taking a long time. And yeah, I kind of stalled out, I think I remember in the beginning, because I was like, ugh, it's just taking forever to grow. But towards the end, I just like got through it, finished it. It was really nice. The button band, I don't know how else to call it if there's no buttons, but it's the button band all around. It was a pick up and knit all the way around kind of ribbed band, and it looks really nice. There's also, I think what's really fun is these like slanted pockets, and so these were pieces that were knit separately. Let me try and hold this flat. So there is kind of like a curved up here towards the center of the cardigan. You knit both of them flat and then you sew them on. The sewing on was really annoying to kind of, I tried my best to match them up with the purl ridges on the back and the front. That was kind of annoying to do, but I don't like sewing pockets on anyway, so just having to sew on 2 pockets was kind of not the most fun thing, but I think the end result makes it look really cute. The drape of this yarn is fantastic, so I love that, and it's very soft, as you can imagine, because it's alpaca. Okay, as far as wearing this, I didn't wear this as much as I thought I would. I think that because it really is just a warm weather kind of thing to wear, because it's short sleeve, so it's really hard to wear it when it's cold, and sometimes when I'm cold I want a long sleeve thing. But I do remember absolutely loving wearing this when I did, and so I'm hoping that this year when the weather gets warmer again, I will remember to reach for this a little more. Would I knit this again? I would say no. Again, it is one of those slightly more statement pieces that I don't think I need another one of. Also because I don't reach for this all the time, that I don't know if I want to spend the time to make this again. And since I didn't have the best time knitting this, I don't know if I'd knit it again because of that. But the end result is really nice. It's really cute. I remember saying though that like a short sleeve cardigan was something I was like, why? Why would you do that? But then I was like, oh yes, it is very nice to have. So I'm not opposed to knitting a short sleeve cardigan. I just don't know if I would knit this exact one again. As far as like how it's held up though, really nice. This yarn, this baby alpaca, I've knit other things in this yarn base from Paisley Knits, and it's held up really nice. I don't really like see pilling at all. Like has that fluff to it, but it doesn't really like shed too much. And yeah, no pilling. Feels great. Drapes really nicely. And I love it. So it's a piece that I love. I just don't know if I'd knit this exact pattern again. But I do recommend a short sleeve cardigan if you're like somewhat interested, but just kind of like concerned about why would you wear that. I remember saying this, I think that it was a very similar mindset I had about vests. I was like, why would you wear a vest if you could just wear a sweater to keep your arms warm? And that's kind of the same thing I felt about the short sleeve cardigan. It was really nice. So if there's another short sleeve cardigan design that comes out and I think is cute, I would probably go for it and knit that. But yeah, so that is the Traveler Shell. Okay, and then the last cardigan to talk about that I've knit in 2024 is this one. This is the Asopo cardigan. This is the cropped version that I made. This is a pattern by Sari Nordlund the pattern is in her book Softly Timeless Knits. I knit size 2, and I used Derurum Natura Gilead for the yarn, and I think I used basically all of 4 skeins of that, so that was really nice. It gave me really nice, cute, oversized cardigan. Here it is. It is another, actually, I've knit, all of my cardigans this year are all open. No, actually the Calm Down cardigan had buttons. I just didn't add buttons to it, but most of my cardigans were an open cardigan. This is my only kind of like cropped cardigan, but it isn't like terribly cropped. There is just, in the book for the pattern, there is a long kind of robe version. This has like a shawl collar, and so it folds over in the back and has that shaping. So it has this nice folded kind of looking collar that just like really nicely goes down the front. It is very boxy, but has shaping on the shoulders. And it is mostly stockinette. Let me show you the back here. So the entire body is stockinette, but the sleeves have this really nice cabled detail right on the top, and it is reverse stockinette on the other side, which I remember is something that caught me by surprise when I started knitting this, because it wasn't a detail that I caught in the pictures. But it is very lovely, and I also love just this detail at the back when you do knit. This is knit top down. When you knit the back panel first and then you pick up for the front, the pickup, after you pick up, it kind of leaves this nice one like stockinette kind of stitching at that pickup. So I thought that was a really nice detail. It is a 1x1 rib for the ribbing, like hem, the collar here. You can see the shaping done here so that you could fold it over. And overall, just a really nice knit. I love this cardigan. It wears so nicely. I love this yarn. If you've never knit with a Durum Natura Gilead, which is a worsted weight yarn, or there is a sport weight, oh my gosh, I'm blanking on it, but they're both Durum Natura Gilead and the sport weight version. It is like a woolen spun, I believe, yarn, and it is so wonderful. It does have a bit more of this like the rustic feel, but as far as rustic yarns go, like this one still has that softness and bounce to it, where it is like next to skin, pretty comfortable. And although this is a cardigan, so that means I'm usually wearing it over something, but I have worn this to like a wedding that I went to last year because it was cold, because it was outside, and I'm from Hawaii, and so basically everything is cold. Under 70 degrees is cold to me still, but I wore this to the wedding because it's that nice, simple, kind of classic look, which is that extra like elegance of the cables, I feel like, on the sleeve. And so it really does, I think, match with a lot of things. Can be also casual, so when I just want to be warm, also can just like wear this inside while I'm working, and it's really nice. Love the yarn. I think that played a big role in me just loving this. And yeah, it's a great wear. I actually haven't worn it super recently, I think because it just kind of got put away somewhere, and so I didn't see it as much. But now that I have it out, I want to wear it even more right now because it is still nice and cold. And so it is, I think, a really like versatile kind of cardigan for like how it looks. You can dress it up, you can dress it down, and that's, I think, kind of like a really great piece to have in your wardrobe, something you can wear in multiple occasions. So I do love that. I would love to eventually knit the long version of this. So would I knit this again? Yes, but I would probably knit the longer one because, again, it is a very, when I say statement piece, it's not like, whoa, bold statement, but it has a very unique kind of look, and so I don't know if I want the exact same thing, even if I change the color. But I would love to have the longer version of this. So I would knit this again, and I probably would knit this in the same yarn base, the Durum Natura Gilead, just in a different color, because I love it. It holds its structure really nice, and it's so warm. So overall, a great knit. Would highly recommend. And if not this particular cardigan, just highly recommend that yarn in general. Okay, so now that is all the cardigans. That was 5 cardigans that I talked about. Now, what's the next category? Let's move on to what's the next one? Let's move on to shirts and vests. Okay, so I have a total of 14 shirts and vests to talk about, and I'm going to do my best to maybe do one of them first. Maybe I'll do the shirts first. So let's start with, oh gosh, I have to look for my notes. There's kind of a lot of these. I want to talk about this one. Where is it in my notes? This is the Rococo top by Sari Nordland. So let me hold it up. Ooh, it's so dark, and green on screen is making everything else look so bright in the screen. Okay, so this is the Rococo top. I knit size 2, patterned by Sari Nordland, and I used Woolberry Fiber Co. Berry Merino. Wow, I did not put the colorway in my notes. That's kind of annoying. I think it's Nook. I think the colorway is Nook. It's that really nice teal-y kind of color, but it looks really dark green. It looks more green, I would say, in person, potentially, but I think it's a teal. And it's really pretty. I use like 1.23 skeins of yarn, according to my notes for this. And yes, the statement part about this top is all of those lace at the top, the lace. It is in the front as well as the back, so it's symmetrical. And then once you connect under the arms, the rest of it is stockinette. And this one had a really huge twisted rib hem. And I made a couple mistakes on this. Not mistakes like... The mistake for me on this was actually just the size I chose. I basically didn't want... When I was looking at the recommended ease on this, I generally don't like negative ease tops. And so for this one, it recommended, I think, probably like 0 or negative ease. And I was like, I don't want that, so I'm going to size up. However, because this has such a big armhole, or that it's a really high neck top, and so that armhole really is kind of wide, it kind of creates more, there is just like more room for it to be like circularly, like the circumference to be open, versus if it was like, I'm trying to figure out how to explain this, because the body circumference, I think I like the body circumference, but because it is open here and not just like closed shut, of course, there is actually more kind of like ease at the bust part of these kinds of tops. So it's really kind of like open, like really loose right at the top where the bust is on this for me. And so for this, I really should have gone with the recommended ease. So if I were to knit this again, I would knit size 1. However, again, this is such a statement piece. I feel like I'm saying that for a lot of mines. But because the lace is so distinctive on this, I don't know if I'd want to knit it again necessarily, because there's just other things I want to knit that might look similar but different lace, and so that would appeal more to me. But I would love to knit something in this, like, in this shape again. I just don't know if I'd want to knit this exact same lace chart again, even though it is very beautiful and very intricate looking. But if I were to knit it again, I would knit it a size smaller, and so that is something I need to take note of for when I knit tops that are shaped like that. So that is the Rococo top. I think I've knit a lot of Sari Nordland tops this past year, because the next one I want to talk about is, and one more thing. I'm trying to remember all the things I want to say about these tops. I did not wear this as often as I kind of wanted to when I made it. I thought it'd be a really nice summer top, but because of the fit of it, I just wasn't reaching towards it too much. So yeah, but I would still like to wear it a bit more, because the color, I really don't have things that color in my wardrobe, and so it's kind of nice to have that color, but I didn't wear that top as much as I hoped that I would. Okay, the next top that I have is another Sari Nordland top pattern. This is the OG or Ogi top. Wow, it's like kind of wrinkly. I'm going to try and do this while I talk about it. Maybe it'll become less wrinkly, or maybe I'll try and like lay it out flat while I talk about the details and then show it to you again. I knit size 1 for this, so I think I learned my lesson from the other top. Actually, yeah, did I knit this all at like the same, or after it? Rococo, I knit in a little less than a month. I knit it from June 9th to June 26th. Oh, I think I took it, I was knitting it when I went to Oregon, on a trip to Oregon. Oh, to that wedding. So I got a lot of knitting time done on that. So I finished it end of June. This one, I started it June 4th and I completed it May 5th. So I already had this cast on, I guess. But I made the right choice. I knit size 1. It is a tank top. I use Sorella Yarn Silk Sock. This is my first time using a Sorella Silk yarn base. And I used just a little over 1 skein. It was kind of annoying. I had 2 full skeins of this. And I used 1.01 skeins. I think it might have just been like the last strap that I needed to knit with the second skein of yarn. And the colorway I use in this is Rose. I love this pink color. It's very pretty. This is an all over lace top. I remember I saw this when it came out, I think in a Pom Pom magazine. And I wanted to make it ever since. And then it took me a while to get it cast on. And then I finally was like, okay, let's do it. I'm casting on. Because when I bought this yarn, it was also specifically for this pattern. It felt kind of a slog to knit because it really is all over front and back. Lace and some like traveling kind of cable-y, but just like 1 stitch cable, but it is beautiful. I love the stitch patterns on this. So gorgeous. This is knit bottom up. So it was kind of nice for the first part to just be knitting in the round and following the chart. Once you hit under the arm, then you split for front and back. And if you could tell when I turn this around, there is a higher neck and a lower part of the neck as well. And you can wear it either side, lower in the front or lower in the back. And the way I wear it is lower in the back. And then you do decreases for the 2 sides in the front as well as the back. And my one complaint about this pattern, I think that there might have been a lot of mistakes in it from when it was published in the Pom Pom magazine. So I think I maybe got a revised. I didn't buy the magazine. I got it when it came out as a standalone pattern. But the decreasing is not really that clear on how to continue in pattern. I think it's just if you can't do the full repeat of a stitch pattern, then just knit in, stockinette. But I feel like it created some weird, less nice looking sections. So like right here, all of this lace pattern is happening and there's like this little wedge of just like stockinette and it looks kind of odd to me. And so I think that I did the back first. And so the back where the decreases are kind of has some weird empty looking spaces. So in the front, I decided to I just continued knitting in the pattern. Even if I couldn't finish the full thing, I just had to figure out how to do it. I think what's difficult about the decreases is that since it's lace and part of the lace pattern is, decreasing, like knitting 2 together in some kind of way, and then doing yarn overs later to catch up so that you keep with the same number of stitches. If you can't do a full repeat, you might be off a stitch either more or less because you didn't do that corresponding yarn over or decrease. So, but I just did something to kind of figure it out so that it kind of didn't have any weird empty spaces in the front, and I think I did a pretty good job. Fit-wise for this, I think was really nice. It is a bit tighter, but I think it works. I didn't wear this as much as I thought I would. I think it's just like, it just feels really fancy, and so just wearing it on like a normal day feels a little kind of extra, but the yarn feels really nice to wear. I kind of, now that I'm like remembering now, all of these like silk based yarn, like kind of want to have more silk so silk tops to wear during the summer because they do feel really nice. They're very breathable and they're not itchy at all. Sometimes wool, if it's a little warm, gets a little itchy to me. Even if it's a superwash wool, even if it's like the softest wool, it still sometimes has a slight itchiness, but the silk does not. So this was a great yarn base. I would get this yarn again from Sorella, like the yarn base, if there was a colorway that I felt like I absolutely wanted to have. But would I knit this exact top again? No. It was just way too intricate. I love that I have it in my wardrobe, but I really only need one of them. So I would not knit this again. But I would knit with this yarn again, and I'm happy to have this piece in my wardrobe just to have it because it's really is super nice. Okay, the next top I want to talk about is the Queen's Cami by Tori Yu. I've also knit quite a bit of Tori Yu things this year. Let me hold it up for you to see. I know it's kind of creased because, again, it's winter right now, and so I'm not wearing my summer tanks. I knit size 2 on this, and the yarn I use is Explore Knits Denali Sock in the colorway In My Neon Era, and so that's why it's this really bright pink color. It's so happy. I use about 1.2 skeins of this yarn to make this. Gosh, that crease in the middle is kind of annoying, but this is the front. The front does go a little bit lower than the back, as you can see, shaping-wise. There's some nice underarm or like armhole shaping here. And what was really fun about this top is that it is knit in like different gauges. So you switch out your yarn, your needle size as you're knitting this. This is a bottom-up knit, so you start at the hem. There's optional short row shaping to make the back longer than the front, and I think it is so cute to have that shaping. It is a folded hem with a pearl bump right at the edge here, and I think that makes it look really nice and clean. And it is like an A-line kind of shape, like a peplum type of top without it being so extra like ruffly. But you can see that there are, since you're working it bottom up, you do decreases as you go up and also decrease your needle size up at the top. So it's fitted right at the top and nice and loose and flowy at the bottom. And I love that kind of shaping for a top. So super nice to wear. Would I make this again? Absolutely. I would love to make this again, maybe in a more subtle color, although I love wearing this color, and this color is a lot more wearable, I think, than I was fearing it would be, because once I put it on, it looked just nice and happy. It didn't look like I was wearing like a bright vest colored, kind of thing, like those construction worker type of vest, bright. It just looked nice and happy. So love this color, love the top. I would love to make it, would highly recommend you to make it. I would love to make this again, maybe just in a slightly more subtle color. Even as a black colored top, this would be so cute to have. To have like that extra cute, like dressy but simple kind of top. So would make that again. I love that top. Okay, the next top I want to talk about is another pattern by Tori Yu. This is the City top. I made this towards the end of the year, and I knit this, looks like, within a month. So I started it November 3rd, finished it November 17th. I'm also now realizing I didn't talk about how long it took me to knit the Queen's Cami. I also knit this one within a month. I started it May 5th, ended May 16th. So actually really quick. So must have loved making it, and that's really nice. So the City, similar kind of timeline. I knit this November 3rd to November 17th. I knit size 1, and the yarn I used, Woolberry Fiber Co. Berry Merino, in the colorway Flower Farm. Such a nice, dark, maroonish kind of color. Really like a dark pink, purpley color. I love it. And I used only 1 skein, so 0.95 skeins to knit this. And so if you're around my size and you're looking for a one skein tank top, this one is great. And because I knit this in November and it's cold, it's been cold since then, I haven't had the opportunity to really wear this as much as I think I will in the summer. And so I can't really say wearing wise how this feels to wear or if I reach for it all the time, just because I haven't been. But I think that it's something I will reach for a lot in the summer months. It's a very, it's kind of cropped on me. So if anything, if there is a reason I don't reach for this too much, is if it's because it might be a little cropped. But, you know, if I had more yarn, I could make it longer. But it is very cute. Something that would be super nice to wear. Like if you had like a really flowy skirt that's high-waisted, this would be really cute to wear with. I usually wear high-waisted jeans or like leggings, so cropped-wise, I don't think I'm too worried about it, but it is something that I am thinking about as far as wear. This is worked top down, and there is this really cute twisted rib detailing on the edge, but other than that, it is pretty much stockinette knitting, super quick and intuitive to knit. There are, of course, like shaping for the arm here, and so there are increases done for the armhole, and so the straps do kind of sit a little bit closer towards the neck, and I do love that shaping. I guess, yeah, the one thing I would say, it is very cute, but if you just want to wear like a normal bra under it, the straps would not be hiding it because these straps are really close in towards the neck. So that is something I would need to figure out, but maybe once I figured that out, this would be a lot more wearable for me. But I do think that this is symmetrical front and back, so either way is the front or back, it's the same. At least I hope. That's what it looks like right now. So, but yeah, this was a fun knit. Would I knit this again? Yeah, I would. If I had a single skein that I wanted to knit a tank top with, but just didn't know there was no other pattern, I would be happy to knit this again, but I also would need to just like wait until the summer months to see how much I do wear this, to see if it's even kind of worth it. But it's a very cute top, and I love the yarn color I chose for it, and I think it's really cute. So that is The City by Tori Yu. Okay, the next one I want to talk about is, I'm trying to fly through these as much as possible, but still give you all the information. Okay, next one. This is Stripy Turtle Tank number 2. This is my second one that I have ever knit. This is a pattern by my friend Emily Curtis. She's Gently Chaotic Knits on YouTube and Emily Curt on Instagram. And she makes such nice, staple, but very cute designs. And this is one of them. I knit size 3. I believe I knit the same size as I did my first one because I love the fit on it. And I used, okay, there's obviously stripes you can see on here. So my main color, all of this yarn is from Woolberry. So the brown main color is Berry Cashmere base in the colorway Gilbert Blythe. I think that actually all of the yarn in this colorway, or all of these colors, are from the Anne of Green Gables collection. Oh, okay, but the minis don't have colorway names. Or if they did, I don't know what they are. So the rest of the minis, there's a red, blue, yellow, and a green. Those were all minis that I believe came in, it was like a mini set from the Anne of Green Gables collection. And so, yeah, I paired them all together like this. My first Stripy Turtle Tank is this is like my dark version, and the first one I made was like a light pastel version. All of that also used Anne of Green Gables yarn, and so I have like two tops that have two very different vibes and color stories that all were from like the same collection, and so I think that's really cute. And yeah, the minis were just minis berry cozy sock, so I think there's nylon in it. So I did combine like bases, but they really don't, it's not like it feels so different from each other. Feels really nice. I really like the drape of the berry cashmere base from Woolberry. This is a bottom up knit, and so it's really fun to knit. I mean, the whole thing's fun to knit, but it's really nice in the beginning because you're just knitting in the round stripes all the way until the underarm. The stripes are like two rounds each, and so it really is really potato chippy, as they say, to just like keep going and knitting on it. The only thing is the ends are kind of crazy to weave in, but I need my ends to be woven in. I can't really wear something if the ends aren't woven in, so I do just weave them in, and after doing a lot of that, it really doesn't bother me too much to weave in ends. Like, I am like, oh, now it's time to weave in ends, but once I get going, I just like continue doing it. Okay, I think there's a couple changes I made from my first one to this second one. One was to make the armholes a little shorter because I am sizing up from, I think, the recommended ease. So again, I'm knitting size 3 because I want a slightly looser fit for me. But again, that means sometimes the armhole, if it's too long at where the bust is, it kind of gets really loose at the bust area, even if around the stomach area it is how I like it to fit. So what I did was I shortened the armhole so that it just, where it is looser at the top, it's kind of more like up here versus right around the bust area. So that change was really nice and fits super nicely. And then I also opted for an I-cord neck around here. In the other one, I just copied in the pattern, it's a twisted rib neck band, but I think I saw other people's versions of this with an I-cord, and I thought that was really cute. And also just to kind of keep the neck a little bit lower, because with the ribbed neckline, since it's taller, it's kind of hitting more higher on the neck. And so I just have 2 versions where one is slightly modified so that the neck doesn't sit as high and that the underarms aren't as long either. And so this is really, really cute. I loved wearing this during the summer months. So I started this this is another top I finished within a month. And so I started this May 9th and I finished it May 26th. So it was a really quick knit. I love knitting it. And would I knit this again? Yes. I don't know. I don't have yarn color plans for another one, but the fact that I have knit 2, I feel like says something about, how great a knit is. And although I think that now that I have 2 striped versions, one light and one dark, if I made this again, I would maybe knit a plain colored one because the shaping is really nice and the fit's really nice. So I could just make a plain version of this. But yeah, I would totally make it again. And it's held up really nicely so far as wear goes. So yeah, overall, super, super nice knit. And yeah, I love those color combinations of the stripes. Okay, next up, oh my gosh, I think my other tower of stuff is like, okay, my pile of sweaters toppled over off of the table, but I will fix that later when I get to talking about the sweaters. But the next top I want to talk about is the date night top. It's this cutie right here. This is a pattern by Isabella Gruzibeck, Wildberry Creative, and I actually bought this pattern off of Sorella's website because it was on sale. And as you can maybe tell, the reason why I wanted to knit this was because of these ruffle sleeves, because I love ruffles. They're so cute. I knit size extra small, and the yarn I use, Woolberry Fiber Co. Berry Merino in the colorway Let's Go Party, which I feel like is the perfect, this top kind of just like feels that vibe too. And I started this July 3rd and completed it August 29th. So as far as tops go, I think I did, it did take me a little bit longer. It is fingering weight. It is a full length, so it's not cropped. So, that means more knitting on the body, but I do love the fit on this. Okay, I remember, I think this is top down, but you pick up and do the ruffles later on, and this whole top is stockinette, except for, and the edgings are all I-cord, except for the sleeve, the top part of the sleeve here, which is ruffled, and the ruffles are actually in garter stitch, which is very interesting. And then, okay, I remember one of the modifications I made, and a viewer helped me figure out what to do here, had a great idea, and I was like, I am going to take that idea. So thank you for that. The bottom hem was actually supposed to be garter stitch, and I think it's to tie in the fact that the ruffles are garter, but I don't really like garter stitch hems or edging. And so a viewer recommended that I do a picot edge, which is a folded hem, and when you do yarn overs every other one and you fold it over, it creates kind of this like, you know, this wavy kind of edge, and it's so cute. I feel like it does still match the vibe of this top, and so I am really happy with that change. So that's really cute. And then the one thing I remember being a little bit, I prefer it when I am reading a knitting pattern where I don't have to think too hard. Like, I follow the instructions, it all makes sense, and I don't have to think. However, when I was doing the ruffles for this sleeve, if you look really closely, you can tell that the ruffles at the top here, there's more rows at the ruffle at the top versus the ruffles right at the bottom here, because there's short rows that happen while you are creating the ruffles, which means you are doing short rows while you are increasing. And I was not totally sure if the instructions that were, I wasn't sure if the instructions that were given in the pattern were going to make the front and back of this, like where it starts and ends, like if it's symmetrical front and back for this ruffle. So I just did my own thinking kind of math to figure it out. I'm still unsure. It was hard for me to keep track because you are also increasing. And when you're doing short rows, you kind of like are doing it, you know, back and forth. So I think I did something a little different than the pattern, but maybe at the end of the day, you wouldn't be able to really tell a difference symmetrical wise front and back. I think it's supposed to be symmetrical though, because the instructions for the ruffle is the same for both sleeves. So it should be symmetrical. But they look fine to me, however I did it. The ruffle's very cute. This color is very happy and just feels, yeah, like party time. It is a bit more of like a vibrant color than I usually go for. Like when I'm looking at yarn colors, like it's not pastel, and I'm usually a pastel or neutral kind of color person. But again, I like surprised myself this year with some of the colors that I chose to knit with. I think wearing, I'm going to have to convince myself a little more to wear this kind of color, but I think it looks really nice, and so I really should just kind of like just put it on sometimes and wear. The one thing though that I think would be difficult to wear for this is the part that I think is the cutest part of the top though, is the ruffles. I think it would make it kind of hard to wear a cardigan or jacket over it, because then has that extra like bulky kind of stuff happening at the shoulder. But if you're just going to wear a tank top and you just need to wear a tank top, a very cute, very wearable top, because it is stockinette, has like a scoop neck in the front, and so it's very wearable in terms of the fit and the shaping overall. And I guess you could also, if you like the shaping of the top itself, you don't have to add the ruffles. You just do an I-cord around the sleeves, the armhole opening too, to make it work better, or to finish it without doing the ruffle, basically. So would I knit this again? I would say no. I just kind of didn't. It's a simple top, and so it's kind of weird for me to feel like I didn't enjoy knitting it, but there's other tops that I prefer to knit, I think. But I would wear this more. I want to wear this more this year. in the spring/summertime. Probably summer when it's more hot. I want to wear this more. I just don't think that I would knit this again because, once again, a little bit more of a staple piece or like a unique looking piece with the ruffles at the sleeves. But then again, ruffles kind of everywhere would be really cute. Not everywhere at the same time, but I do like a ruffle piece. Actually, I think a top like that in black would be really nice. Again, to kind of have your like bright statement colored one and then like a dressy, kind of more like fancy one. I feel like there's something about black that makes things look a little bit more like fancy. So it's a maybe. It's not a complete no for making it again, but I don't have any immediate plans to want to make another one. So there's that. Okay, now I need to make sure my pile of shawls do not topple over because that pile is taller than my sweaters. Okay, let's talk about this one next. I just need to find the Ravelry page for it. This is the Do Tee by Fiber Tales. So let me hold this up. Oh gosh, I kind of forgot I had this, and I think I should be wearing this more. Okay, this is, again, the Do Tee. So D-U-E-T, T-E-E. The yarn I use for this is Explorer Knits Rockies DK. I think this is the first time I've used the Rockies DK base. Maybe first and only time so far of using a Rockies DK base. This is like it's a tee, and it's very cute for multiple reasons. I love this top so much. I waited, I think, 2 years for this pattern to come out from when I first saw kind of the tees of this pattern on Instagram. Oh, the colorway I use for this is Snoqualmie. Really gorgeous dark green color. And I started this June 19th and I completed it July 20th. So not too long for making this. It is a cropped tee, although it ended up not being extremely cropped. It's actually a pretty comfortable crop for me. I'll just like stand up. I'm not wearing it, but actually I'll head back a little more. I think it lands right at my belly button. Like that's right where it ends, and I feel like that is comfortable crop for me. Is right there. Anything above that, it's a little too cropped. Okay. Construction for this was bottom up, and it is mostly all stockinette. It's a nice drop shoulder, so you don't have to pick up and do any kind of sleeve for this. You just increase a little bit under the arm here, and then just continue working flat front and back. Connect at the top. How did I do that? Must have been a whatchamacallit, a Kitchener stitch to join at the shoulders at the top here. Must have been, because it's like seamless. It is a shallow v-neck. I love a shallow v-neck. I don't like deep v-necks. And there's the cutest little tied bow at the top. So cute. And once you're done all of that, then at the bottom you pick up and you do a crochet scalloped edging. Love a good scalloped edge too. Love it. And it was even had like extra fancy kind of stitches there in crochet added before you do kind of like that scalloped edging, and so it makes it look that extra like fancy, but like subtle fancy, you know? So I love that. So love the scallop edge, love the tied bow, and the armhole edge you do a I-cord bind off around. So yeah, it was a pretty easy to follow pattern if I remember. No real problems. I did have to kind of like figure out how to do the crocheting part, but that also wasn't too bad to do either. It's a really nice fit. It's a really nice drape. Love the color. I feel like I didn't get to wear this as much as I wanted to because it was kind of like towards the end-ish of summer. Like it started getting cold, I think, by the time I finished this. But oh my gosh, I want to wear this more. But now that I'm thinking about it, I could wear it over like a long sleeve like this maybe. So I'm going to like definitely keep this out after I film this and like wear it more. See how it is as a layering piece as well, because it's too cute to just sit in my closet and not be worn. Would I make this again? I would actually very much consider making this again. It is still sort of like a unique looking piece because, you know, it has that bow and it has that scallop edging, but I think it has a simple kind of like, not simple, easy, but just like a very like casual look to it still. Although again, it's a piece I think you can dress up or dress down. So I think in a different color, it would be really cute. So I'm not opposed to making this again, but maybe in like a different yarn. Like if I use a cotton yarn instead of a wool yarn, that could also be very interesting. But yeah, I'm not opposed to making this again. I just need to wear this more, because if I wear it a ton, then yeah, I should have more of it in my closet as well. So, wow, that's really cute. And I just love the details on it. I really want to wear this more. Okay. Oh gosh, we still have a bit more to go on this. Let's just go with this one. Okay. Actually, no, I'm going to start kind of maybe mixing a little bit here, but let's talk about this. Oh my gosh, shawls, don't fall over. Okay. This is my Nebula by Andrew Mowry. I started this June 30th. I completed it July 27. I knit size 2, and I used Explorer Knits Surrey Alpaca Lace, held double in the colorway Grapefruit. I feel like this year was also a very grapefruit colored year for me. I knit quite a bit of things. Actually not, maybe like 2 things. But still, 2, sometimes it feels like you just knit one thing in one kind of color. But anyway, I'm talking about Nebula right now. It's a Surrey held double for me. So what I did in the colorway Grapefruit, so that is about 3.28 skeins of yarn that I used for this. And it is a bottom up knit. It has kind of similar to that Tori U top I talked about before. There is optional hem shaping here so that the bottom kind of has like that scoop longer part in the back. And then does that same thing again that Andrew Mowry does in a lot of her patterns, where you knit up to the armhole, you cast on a few more stitches so that the drop is like extra drop shouldery at the top. But this top also actually, the shaping from the hem actually increases up towards the top part of the sweater. So the shaping is like this, not like this, not A-line. It's like the opposite. So there are increases done from the bottom to the top, makes it extra like cozy and large at the top. And it has that ribbing detail that is similar to her Weekender crew neck. It's hard to see in the Surrey, but there is like ribbing detail right at the top of both shoulders. Scoop neck with rib, and then you do pick up and just do the ribbing for the sleeve. Now, this pattern also has a long sleeve version, and this is another top that now I'm looking at it, I'm like, I need to wear this more, and I could also just layer this over, like a black top. That's cute too. So, would I make this again? Yeah, I would. I actually would love to, and I've already had ideas on making this, but the long sleeve version. So I really do want to make this the long sleeve version of this, and it is another great pattern if you want to knit something that's like Surrey held double and just have a very fluffy kind of sweater. And as far as like, this is a tee, right? Like, it is that thing where you would wear a tee when it's hot, but if it's made out of suri, and especially suri held double, it's going to be very warm. So it is probably best as a transitional piece, but I do really like it. And I love suri held double. I love suri things, suri sweaters. So yeah, I would really like to make this, but just make the long sleeve version of this. And then while I am on the whole grapefruit color, I did make this. This was a more kind of recent finished object. This is my Avenue vest. This was a test knit for Tori Yu. I started this November 2nd and I completed it November 17th, so the end of last year. And I knit size 1. And the yarn I used, I held 2 yarn, different yarn together. So it was J'adore Fibers Naturally Soft Sock, which is a fingering weight yarn. Well, actually, so that's a fingering weight yarn that I held double. So I actually had 3 strands. I was knitting with 3 strands at a time while knitting this. So that was in the colorway Grapefruit, which is a very similar match to the suri. I had leftover suri from this sweater that I used for this vest, and so that's why they look the same color, because the suri I use is the same. So Explore Knit Suri in the colorway Grapefruit. So 2 different dyers, both called the colorway Grapefruit, and so you know that that's like a very good name for this colorway. It's very, very pretty. Like, I feel like it's more pink than a peach kind of color, but it's not as bright as like some brighter pinks it could be, or peachy pink colors could be. Like, it is just a really happy color without it being too bright, in my opinion. So I absolutely love it. I use about 2.32 skeins of the fingering weight, which, reminder again, that's the total amount of skeins, and I held it double, and then I used almost 1.5 skeins of the suri for this vest. It is a pretty full-length vest. It goes below my belly button. The armholes are nice and roomy. It's like a tad large from something I think I would prefer, but because you're layering, it does leave room to wear something a bit thicker. Like if you have a baggier long sleeve and not so tight fitting like the one I'm wearing right now, it would still fit under this vest, which is really nice to have. And the v-neck depth on this, it is low for wearing it by itself, but for a v-neck vest, the perfect depth, I think, in my opinion. So I love this. When I want to wear a vest, I know that I just finished this, and so there is some bias towards recently finished objects to wear it a lot, but I have reached for this when I want to wear a vest. It's very nice and cozy. And it's wearing pretty nicely so far, but again, it's just been like a couple months. Would I knit this again? Yes, I would definitely knit this again in a different color, of course, because that's usually how it is. If I want to knit a pattern again, I would probably just knit it in a different color. I don't know what color, but I would definitely knit this again. I would want to knit this again. I think that this is like the perfect v-neck vest. It just fits so nicely, and I love it. So I do think, though, that in order to get close to gauge on this, it was a little hard for me, because the pattern does call for worsted weight yarn. That's why I did 2 fingering held together plus suri. But I think that if I were to make another one and want to use suri, I would probably do fingering and suri, or I would just use a plain DK weight yarn, because this fabric is kind of dense that I have, and it is kind of weighty, which again is fine, but I would like to have like a lighter kind of vest feel as well. Oh, this pattern also comes with a crew neck version if you're not into v-necks, and so as I would definitely make another v-neck, I would also consider making a crew neck, or the crew neck version of this as well. So this was a great pattern. Tori Yu makes a really great, like, staple piece kind of wardrobe style, but also like with details that are just like really nice and cute and kind of distinguishes itself from other designs. Oh, I do want to point out this part of the design that's really cute. It's very a small section, right? It's on the back shoulders, but there is where the pickup happens. It does have those leaning stitches. It's a very clean look. So I do very much enjoy that. While I am on the talking about vests, I want to talk about this other vest that was kind of finished towards the end of the year as well. This is the Louder vest. I'm trying to shuffle things over here on my table of knits. Okay. This is the Louder vest. This is another V-neck vest, but this pattern is by Rebecca Clow. I knit size 1, and I started this September 2nd, and I finished it October 27th. The yarn I use is So Happy Jane Confetti Worsted, so I use a worsted weight yarn for this. It is like a plain, maybe like undyed yarn color, but with 3 different colors of tweed in there, so it's really, really happy, and I feel like confetti definitely matches the color. Matches what this yarn looks like. And I used basically 3 full skeins of that yarn to make this. It is an all-over cabled V-neck vest. It is a 1x1 rib for the neckline and the sleeve, and also the hem at the bottom. All over cables. I really like this cable design. I like that it's basically 2 different ones. It's like a braid and then a 2 like twisted cable. The couple details on this that I really, really like is on the back. Again, similar to, it's like where the Tori U nice like lean stitches happen, but this one is a cable. Like that's what gets formed right there in the transition from the back to pick up for the front. And I love that. It's very nice and just ties it all together. And then it also, this cable, twisted cable right here, goes right along the V-neck with the increases on the other side. And that also, just love that. And it blends straight down right into the center. I love that so much. Just adds that extra bit of like, the time was put in to make this design look complete and all put together, and I really enjoy that. Okay, fit wise, I think that somehow my gauge ended up kind of small, and so it fits tighter than I would prefer. But, well, okay, to back up, I really enjoyed knitting this because it was a friend knit. So I knit this with my friend Megan. We both knit the same vest, of course, different color and different yarn, but same pattern in the V-neck version. So I love that. I love that we're matching. I think that, yeah, it is a little too tight for my preference. I would still wear this. It is still wearable, but I would have preferred if it had actual positive ease. This has negative ease on me. And for a vest to be worn over something, that makes it even more tight and snug. And the V-neck also is a little bit higher than, again, I don't want a really low V-neck, but for a vest V-neck, maybe if it, like, so right here is where it stops. And if it stopped maybe right here instead, I think that would be preferable. Okay, so would I knit this again? I would probably, there's also a crew neck version, and I think actually a sweater pattern for this, like, Louder pattern, like, with the cables. I would probably knit the sweater, maybe. I don't think I would knit this vest again, or maybe I would knit the crew neck version of this vest, but I would definitely make sure to either gauge swatch or to just knit a larger size. I'd probably just go and knit the larger size. And that is kind of the only main problem with this. But other than that, very nice stitch pattern. I really like the all over cables. They were kind of a pain to knit though, but I do really like how it looks as a finished project. Okay, I have two more tops to talk about before moving on to the next category. So stick with me here. Okay, this one I have finally something that I knit like earlier on in the year. This was a test knit. This is the Skyline Tee for Tori Yu, and I knit size 1. The yarn I use is Explorer Knits Denali Sock in the colorway Morning Ritual. Love this color. I use 1.76 skeins of this. It's fingering weight yarn. I started this February 28th and I finished it March 18th. It is a t-shirt. This one actually has sleeves, and it is all over stockinette except for like the ribbed, 1x1 ribbed hem and also the neck, and the top of the shoulder, like saddle shoulder look that goes into the sleeve is this, I think it's a 3x1 rib here. Goes seamlessly into the top of the sleeve, and then the rest of the sleeve is stockinette. Okay, I really, really love this top. Love the colorway. And I also just love the fit on this. I think that the neck is just the right depth for a crew neck, like this, the circle shaped neck. Sometimes for some tops it's a little too tight on the neck, although I'm saying that as I'm kind of wearing something that's a little tight, but for like a knitted wool thing, I do like the shape of this. I really like this subtle but really nice shoulder detail on the top. It just adds that extra bit of like interest to an otherwise all over stockinette t-shirt. The fit is nice, and I would totally make this again, just in a different color. And I know that I say this for a lot of my things, but when I want to make something again, I usually, if it's variegated like this one is, I always just like imagine my next one being in a tonal and vice versa. So love this. I did wear this quite a bit when it was warmer weather, and so I'm looking forward to wearing this again when it gets warmer this year. And I was really excited to test knit this because I actually wanted to make the Skyline pullover for a while, and I still haven't made it yet, but I want to make it really bad. And so it is basically this, but long sleeve, but I think it might be DK weight for the pullover long sleeve version, but it's Skyline because it does have this shoulder detail on the top, which is just, again, just adds that interest to it. And yeah, it fits really nice. There is shoulder shaping, so it does have a nice sloped shaped shoulder, and so again, that just makes the fit feel that extra comfortable. And yeah, the fit is just great, and I feel like it's a great staple piece. It's not so overwhelming in details where I don't want to make another one. So I definitely would make this again, and highly recommend it for you all to make as well if you've been eyeing it. Okay, I am on to my last top now. Thank goodness. Okay, but I still have so much more things to talk about. Okay, this is my Mala top. This is by Sari Nordland. I knit size 2, and I use Sorella Yarn Classic Sport Base in the colorway Brick. Gorgeous color. I started this May 30th, and I finished it July 4th. It is a full length. I made this full length. I forget if the pattern had it be, if I lengthened it from the pattern directions or what, but it is full length for me, so I don't have to worry about it being too cropped. And it is almost like an all over, I would say all over cable, except for kind of like under the arm, like the side sections of the body where it is like a seed stitch or maybe double seed stitch. But otherwise, just has cables and like a traveling kind of cable thing with some bobbles. I really, really, really like this cable pattern. I think it's really pretty, and although the bobbles are kind of a pain to knit, you never had to work too many in a given, like whenever you had to do a bobble row, wasn't too many compared to some other patterns that I've knit. And I think that with this like curving traveling stockinette section, it makes it look, I don't know, I just really like how that looks. This middle paneled section is a very interesting kind of like, you know, wavy cable pattern too. And I just overall just really like how all of the different kind of cable stitches work together in this top. And it's on the back as well, right? Okay, and it's short sleeve, so it can be worn like as a vest. Again, this is reminding me I should wear this as a vest. Like I should wear it over a long sleeve. I kind of like stopped thinking about it when the weather got warm because I was like, oh, it's short sleeve only for when it's warm. But it would be cute to wear over a long sleeve. So this is another one I want to keep out. It's all over cables, and so it really deserves, I think, more wear out of me. Okay, so but that's all to say, right? Like, that means I haven't really been wearing this as much as I want to. But maybe I will now that there's ways to wear this when the weather is cold outside as well. Okay, I remember a couple things from this, like, well, I guess just one thing that I remember. The yarn, I believe, probably called for sport weight, and that's probably why I'm pretty sure I bought the sport weight yarn specifically to make this. However, I think the yarn that Sorry Nordland used might have been a thicker sport weight or a more airy, fluffy sport weight, because my gauge on this was really small compared to what the gauge is supposed to be. And so I am really glad that I sized up for size 2 on this, because the final measurements I think are smaller than the size 2. So it does fit me well. I think it is just slightly snug, but it is overall good. I think actually, I remember thinking that I could actually probably make this with a DK weight yarn, because while I was trying to get gauge on this, I don't know how much you can, like, if I held it up like this, you can see it is kind of holy. Like, you can see through it, which is not a problem when you're wearing it, but it definitely feels more drapey, and I kind of want a thicker feeling for a top like this. So it is almost like surprisingly drapey and loose for an all-over cable, and that's just because I think my yarn was a little too thin for the recommended gauge for this pattern. But again, I sized up, so it actually does fit me really nicely. Would I make this again? No, because it is all over cables and is very unique, look. I don't think I need another one of these, but I do think that I want to wear this more, because it is very, very nice for a cable pattern. I really, really do like that. So I want to wear it more. Probably wouldn't make it again, because there's other different cable patterns and things that I want to make and experiment with. So love it. I just don't think I'd make that pattern again. But I also love that color yarn, and so I think I need more of that color in my wardrobe too. Although I think I do have quite a bit of that color. I do like that color. Okay, so the next top that I'm going to talk about is the biscuit slip over, which is what I am wearing. So it was not on the table, so I kind of forgot about it, but it is what I'm wearing today. It is what I chose to wear today, because it is one of my most worn kind of like vest top things since finishing it. And yes, I have finished it towards the end of the year, but it really has become one of my favorite things to layer with. This was a test knit for my friend Bridget, who's BZB Knits on Instagram, and the yarn I used for this was the recommended yarn that we were able to purchase by being testers. This is ZZ Textiles Heirloom DK, and I used about 2.15 skeins of this, and so I did buy 3 full skeins to knit this slip over. And there are so many things that I love about the slip over. Oh, first things first, I did start this September 17th, and I completed it October 18th. Again, it was a test knit, so there was a deadline, so I did have to finish it within that given amount of time. But I loved making this. On initial look at how this is constructed, it was a bit daunting, because it is knit flat. It is knit bottom up and you have to seam it. And so all of those things can maybe turn some people away. But I'm here to tell you that there isn't actually too much seaming that you need to do. So if you're worried about the seaming part, because seaming does seem kind of annoying, it's really not too bad, in my opinion. There are actually a lot of things, I've been told there's a lot of things that I say are not too bad to knit that are actually horrible to knit, or people find not fun to knit. But really, truly, the seaming on this was not too bad. Okay, the biscuit slip over is an all over brioche, but like a alternating striped brioche pattern. And as you can see, it is a short sleeved knit, but it's kind of more a drop shoulder. Like, you don't actually pick up to knit sleeves, but it's drop shoulder. And there's a really nice pickup for your neckband. And you can make it cropped or full length, and mine's is cropped, but I think I did make it like 1 inch or one of these repeats longer than the pattern states, and an optional split hem. And if you know me, I love a split hem, and so I went for the split hem. If you go for the split hem, that also means you have less to seam, because the only parts that you have to seam together is the underarm and the side. And the underarm, again, is really short, right? Because it's a short sleeve. So it's just this part. And if you want a split hem, there's that much that you don't have to seam together. So you do that on both sides. You can see that it's brioche, but it's kind of in stripes because you alternate which is like the knit and purl of the brioche as you go. So it really has this nice texture that also keeps it interesting. It does have that like striping, I need to knit the next stripe kind of feel to it. And so even though it is brioche, which feels sometimes like you have to knit double the amount to get, a certain length, with the striping kind of thing happening, it feels a lot quicker to knit up. It's also knit up with DK weight. And also, like, I did have to size up my needles from what the pattern recommends, because I think Bridget is a very loose knitter. And so the gauge on this is pretty loose, and so it's not like really tight or anything. So it's very nice and drapey. I really love this. The way that I wear this is actually how I'm wearing it most days. I have a white long sleeve and this black long sleeve, and I will just put it over, and or a gray long sleeve, and which I think is how I took my finished object pictures in, and it has the nicest amount of it is very lightweight, but it is also so warm and cozy. And so when I want to be a bit more active, kind of like today, when I'm doing all of this, picking out, grabbing all of my stuff, all of my knits to, for this video, but I'm cold, I want to have a long sleeve. And sometimes knitwear just sometimes gets in the way, and I don't want it to snag. Or sometimes it gets too hot, honestly. But wearing this nice lightweight long sleeve, but with a nice knitted vest like this, keeps me really nice and warm. So, gosh, it really has become one of my favorite things that I've knit this year. And I know Bridget's my friend, and so there could be some bias there, but truly, this is something that I have reached for quite often when I want to wear knitwear, but I need to wear it a bit of a more non-knitwear long sleeve thing. Yeah, so this has just been one of my favorite makes, and so that is why I chose it to wear it for the video today. Okay, so this is Ariel in the future. As I was editing this video, I realized I forgot to talk about one tank top that I knit because it was a secret test knit, and so I still can't show it to you all. So it was not in my pile of things to talk about, and I forgot. But just really quickly, I did make the Venus top. It is a pattern by Sari Nordlund. It is going to be in her second knitting book. That should be coming out sometime this year in the spring, I believe. And the yarn I use for this is Woolberry Fiber Co. Berry Linen in the colorway Coral. So it's a really nice light pink coral color. and the tank top is just all over lace. I do wish I could show it to you all. I will post a picture, when Sorry Nordland starts putting up all of the patterns that will be in this book. But until then, just trust me, it's pretty cute. I will say I have not worn it too much, but part of that is because it is a lace tank top, which means there's a lot of holes in it. It's very airy, and it's really cold. So maybe during the summer, I will get more wear out of it. Okay, so now that is all 14 shirts or vests that I've knit in the year. That was a big section. But now we're moving on to, I think, actually the largest section, which is, although only larger by one thing, which is shawls and scarves. There's 15 of them. Some of them are smaller. They're like cowls. So that's should hopefully be quicker to talk about. But my biggest category, shawls and scarves next. Okay, I'm going to try and order this from like big shawls to my smaller scarves / cowls. So I think I ordered them that way and that I have on my computer, so we'll see how it goes. Okay, first up to talk about is the Mackenzie, and I think that is at the bottom of my pile. Just bring some of these out here. Okay, so this is the Mackenzie, I think it's just called Mackenzie, but it's a very large scarf / shawl. It is a very long rectangle, so that's why I'm kind of feeling scarf maybe, but also shawls can be, I've knit other things that are shawls that are just long rectangles. It's going to be hard to hold this up, but I'll maybe hold it up, maybe I'll drape it like this. I started this September 24th, 2023, and I finished this February 15th, 2024, so this was a good chunk of time to knit on. As you can see, it's very long. This is a fingering weight shawl / scarf, and I used like a little over 1.5 skeins of each color. There are 2 different yarn colorways I used for this. The first one, they're both from Olivia and Oliver Fibers Classic Sock Base. The brown, dark brown variegated color is Woodland, and then the white speckly color that you can mostly see on this side is Feather. As you can maybe tell, this is a 2-color brioche knit. So, there is a kind of dominant color on each side, but it is brioche knitting. And then there is these like garter stitch panels that go diagonally across. And the diagonal crossing happens 4 times. So you repeat that 4 times for the length of this shawl, and yeah, that's the end of it. So this is a very long piece. This was it was fun to knit, I think, the first half, and then the second half I was like, let's just get this done. But now that it is done, overall it is a really nice and squishy knit. If you've knit brioche stitch before, just like how cozy and nice the final result fabric is on this. It just takes so long to knit, and I do really like my color choices on this. I think it was the right option to do like a pretty contrasting color, because one is white and the other is like a dark brown, and so I love that. And to be honest, as much as I love like the final result and how it feels, and honestly, like how it wears too, like it does keep you very warm. I just haven't worn it too much. It's almost too bulky and too long to wear out. Like I feel like it just would like get in the way. And then I don't really wear it at home because I don't really wear scarves. I wear shawls at home because it covers my shoulders. But also I finished this at the beginning of the year. And it's colder. I moved in the middle of the year, and so it's colder now here in this new place I'm living. So maybe it does cover my shoulders if I, fan it out. It does just go so long. Like when I just have it draped over like this, it goes below my knees. Like the length of this goes below my knees when I'm just sitting. So it does make it kind of hard to like just wear it like this, because I guess you could throw it in the back, but then it's like kind of bulky in the front and it's things hanging out in the back. And so who knows? This could get more use now, maybe, now that I remember that this exists, and it is cold enough for this to make sense. But it is just too long. I kind of wish I just made this, instead of doing the repeat 4 times, maybe 3 times. And that would be a good enough length. So, yeah, but it is a beautiful piece. I think it looks great. It doesn't feel as practical to wear just because it is so bulky. Maybe if it was like really snowy and no one would kind of look at me weird if I like had something super bulky around my neck when I go out, it would be perfect. Who knows? It hasn't snowed here yet. So it feels so great. I forgot how great this feels. I would really love to wear this more. It's just kind of hard. It's just hard to wear because it's so long. So that's my review on this. I do really like the colors though. It's great. Okay, so that was the Mackenzie. Now I have next to talk about my hip stripes shawl. This was a pretty recent finished object. I finished this on Christmas, is that right? So this is the hip stripe shawl by Joji Locatelli. I started this November 21st and I finished it December 25th apparently. And actually, let me hold it this way. This is a kind of like one size shawl, as I think most shawls are either one size or has like 2 or 3 sizes, but can be very customizable for whatever size you want. I knit this using Woolberry Berry Natural in the colorway Bouquet, which is a pink color. It's a non-superwash yarn base, fingering weight. And then the other color is Woolberry Fiber Coat Berry Surrey in the colorway Flower Crown. And I used it says in my notes, 0.5 skeins, 0.51 skeins of the pink colorway, the fingering weight. And then for the Surrey, I used 1.06, so a little over 1 skein of the Surrey, which I all had in stash. And so that was great. And this is a really pretty shawl. This might be like my prettiest, like dainty looking shawl that I have. It is very lightweight and pretty thin because it is fingering weight and a Surrey, which is a lace weight. And there's all of these holes in it because of the hip stripes pattern where it creates these crosses with the Surrey. I did sub in the Surrey for a different fingering weight yarn. The pattern does not say to use Surrey, but I just used Surrey because that's what I had and what I thought would be really cute to sub in, and it worked out really nice. And so overall, like the feel of this, because the garter stitch sections here also alternate between the other fingering weight or like the 2 color yarn that you have, because there's Surrey in there, the whole thing is very soft. It, again, you can see it's very floaty, and so and it's asymmetrical. This is not something I knew about this pattern before I cast on, but I love how this asymmetrical shawl looks. Since I just finished it, while I actually wear a lot of things that I just finished, I actually haven't worn this as much. I think because I don't really know how to wear this yet, because it's asymmetrical. I love that it's asymmetrical. I'm not sure the best like way to fold it around to make it equal to wear. So I'm still figuring it out. Actually, maybe I should just try it this way, because one side will be skinnier and longer and the other side is a little bit wider but shorter. Oh, here it is. Okay, so I feel like actually this would be fine if I just wanted to wear it around my neck. This is very cozy. I just haven't really worn it. Again, if it's not something that drapes over my shoulders super easily, I don't tend to wear it indoors because I just feel like something about just this kind of the scarf feels more like an outside wearing thing. And it does keep my neck warm, but I would like other parts to also be warm. But it's very pretty, and I'm hoping to wear more of it, or wear it more this winter. It's a very pretty shawl. It really might be like my prettiest, daintiest shawl that I have and that I've made. Okay, next up is, oh my gosh, we're finally getting to talk about some hand spun makes for this year. This is my traveler shawl, all using hand spun yarn. I love this shawl. It's also very large. I knit size 2. There is 2 sizes for this pattern, and I knit the biggest one. The yarn for this, so it is a hand spun, and I'm calling it my In the Clouds combo spin. I bought 3 different color braids from Little Fiber Co. from her In the Clouds collection, and I spun them all separately, and then I did a 3-ply with all of them, and so that's why you see some really like amazing kind of like marling looking resulting knit. And you can still see those color changes happening in the stripes, and I think it turned out really nice. I was really kind of nervous for it because you might be able to tell, I basically, 2 of them were like, one was like a brown multicolor, one was a tonal brown, dark brown, as you can maybe see here, because these were some of my leftovers that I spun with itself, so this is like just a dark brown. Then I combo spin it, like I plied it together, my 3-ply, with this color changing sunset looking color with pinks and purples. And you would think, how the heck is that going to look? Very like pink purple with dark browns, but I love the resulting yarn and also the resulting knit of this, and I used as much yarn as possible. I actually used all of the 3-ply that had all the different colors in it, and then I ran out at this tip as I'm decreasing, so I did have to just finish up with my leftovers of just the brown and then the leftovers of just the pink and purple hand spun. But it is all hand spun, and the shawl is huge, and I do love this shawl. It is, I believe it's a Rambouillet fiber, and so it really has a nice kind of feel to it. Oh, it's so warm. It's so warm. I have not worn this too much indoors. I feel like, I don't know why, I feel like extra precious about this shawl, but maybe I shouldn't, because I should wear it more because I love it. So I'm gonna keep it out. Now that I'm going through all of my knits, I'm like, oh, there's some things I kind of forgot about that I want to like wear right now. But yeah, this is one of my favorite shawls. Could be because it is all hand spun. But I do love the color. I think because there's still pink in it, which makes me happy, but there's enough brown where it feels subtle and not super like in your face. And so I do love that. Okay, the next shawl that I am going to talk about is it was a test knit for my friend Bridget. Bridget came out with a whole bunch of patterns last year, and I wanted to test knit all of them. I could not test actually all of them, but I test knit a whole bunch of them because I love them. This is the vice versa shawl that also half of it used some hand spun, which is, every time I get to use a hand spun is really nice. I knit size 1 of this, which is the shorter size. I believe there's also a size 2. And this is another brioche knit, a 2-color brioche. And you can see on, it is a triangle shaped shawl, but you cast on with this like I-cord right in the middle, like the middle spine, and then you pick up and you knit one triangle. So all you ever do are decreases on this shawl, which is really nice. Then when you're done with that half, then you pick up and do the other half. Now this is 2-color brioche, and so you can see what's really cool about this is that one half you have one of your colors be kind of like that main color that you can see, and the other half is your other color, and it is the opposite when you flip it around. So that is really neat. The hand spun I use, which is this color changing purple, different shades of purple color, you can see here, is a fiber from Big Little Yarn Co. And the colorway is Satsumaimo Pie. I'm just looking up right here. It is a Rambouillet wool. So I've been loving Rambouillet last year, and it's such a pretty purple colorway. And then I paired it with, this is the yarn base I was trying to think of, Durum Natura Ulysse, which is the sport weight version of the Gilead yarn, and in the colorway Door, which is this really pretty golden kind of color. And I think it matches so nicely with this shawl, or with this, my handspun colorway. And this is a really nice shawl. It is like super, okay, because the triangle decreases happen at a slower rate, you get a wider shawl and not as much depth. And so it's really easy to wrap it around for the widest part of the triangle to not be too deep. Sometimes it gets really bulky right in the front, but for this one it's not that bulky. And then you can still, it's like small enough here, skinny enough here, so for you to tie it if you want to, and for it to not be too bulky. You can kind of like do this, and it's like super nice. Yeah, I love this thing. It is was such a joy to knit, and I do actually have plans to make another one. So, and with handspun still, and potentially the only thing is I need to figure out what other yarn to pair it with. But I do have that handspun kind of like ready to go whenever I decide to cast on this again. And although my plan is to knit the other size of this, the bigger size. So again, this is the smaller size. I just folded it in half right now. This is the smaller size, and I would like my second one to be the bigger size. So I do really, 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 really like this. The squish on this is so good. I know I say that all the time with all of my brioche, but it really is true. And just like the Ulysse yarn, the woolen spun airiness of it, plus the hand spun, is just so good. So I do really, really like this. It is not something I wear indoors too much, because again, it does kind of have more of a shawl kind of look, a scarf kind of wearing and look, but I really like wearing it out, and it's really nice, so enjoy that a lot. Okay, next up on my list is actually something I gifted to someone. This is the Tiny Shells shawl. This is a pattern by Sari Nordland, and it is kind of like a one skein shawl. And I started this May 19th, and I completed it May 24th. I think I finished this in 1 week, because the person I wanted to gift this to, we were going to see them, I think, in like a week. And I was like, I wanted to knit them something. And I was like, is there anything really quick that I could knit? And I was like, a one skein shawl I think I can do. And I was able to. I just like really had to just like knit on it almost solely for that entire week. But I think it was definitely worth it, and I hope that the recipient really likes it. The yarn I use is Explorinit's Cashmere Cavern Sock, and I did use almost a full skein, so 0.94 skein, so that's like 94 grams out of the 100, and the colorway is Trastevere. It is a really nice like light blue color, but not baby blue. Like it's a really, if I were to knit something with a light blue that's not baby blue, it would be that kind of blue. And I really enjoyed knitting it, even though I was trying to like quickly knit it. The way that the stitch pattern looks, or the way that it's knit up, there's a lot of like yarn overs and kind of lacy, and so it does have a lot of holes. But that also helps kind of like get you a bigger shawl out of one skein. And so if you want a slightly bigger shawl, like sometimes one skein shawls just look like these tiny things, but this kind of gives more room. It is a triangle shape shawl, and it looks really nice and dainty and very kind of like princessy, if that even makes sense. I don't know, but the way that the lace just like looks, it also was pretty easy to knit. I think it wasn't too difficult, and I really enjoyed it. I would make this again. Part of the reason, though, is because I gave it away, and so I don't have one for myself. And so I would love to make one for myself. And so this is reminding me that if I have any, like, one skein things that I don't know what to make with, I should make this shawl for myself because it's very cute. It is, when I say a small shawl, though, it's not one of Sari Nordland's, like, small little kerchief things. It is bigger than that. I think the pictures I have don't really show how big it is, and to be honest, I kind of forget. But it is not one of Sari Nordland's kerchief shawls. It is bigger than that and can actually wrap around your neck and be held there. So I do want to point that out. But yeah, it's very cute, and I want to make one for myself, basically. Okay, next up. Oh my gosh, this was one of my favorite, like, ideas for a shawl or a wrap to make this year. This is the Verglass wrap by Lindsay Fowler, and this was the shawl or wrap that I was calling my soup shawl because I just love the idea I had for this, and it worked out, I think, perfectly. You can see this here. This is the other very long rectangle shawl / scarf / wrap that I made this year. All of the yarn, and I made size large. If you can see, there are like 4 of the same shaped panels or like rectangles made here, and so the smaller size I think is just 3, but I made 4 because my idea for this, I had 4 sock sets from Coast to Coast Yarn Co., and they were all the 4 sock sets that came from her soup collection, and I was like, I love a themed knit, and if I could put all of the soup sock sets in one knit, that would be great. And so this pattern came up, and I was like, oh my gosh, soup shawl. So each of these sections are one of the sock sets. Oh, and also this wrap is actually made to use sock sets. So the idea is that, you know, your full skein is these 2 sides, right? And then your mini skein from the sock set is this little mini panel. Oh, if I zoom this in, you can see the main kind of stitch pattern is this like ribbed alternating garter stitch rib kind of thing. I forget, garter stitch rib. And then this your mini skein little panel here is actually different stitch patterns. And so, yeah, I think I have all of the sock set colorway names, but if you go back and look at Coast to Coast Yarn Co. soup collection, it is just the 4 skeins that were available, the 4 sock sets that were available. I think this was Split Pea. I think this was Hearty Stew. You can see, okay, let me go back to show you the mini skein panels. So this one is like creates this like weaving back and forth, or like these diamonds basically. This next one is these like snowflake looking or like flower lace, like yarn over stitch pattern. I think this one, what was this one? Potato? This one might have been potato. Oh, and this is upside down, I guess. This is like, the stitch pattern makes it look like trees, and so I purposefully chose the sock set where the mini skein was this green color, which might be leek. And then this one is borscht, this dark red, which is so pretty. And then the white on this was this like basket weave looking stitch pattern, which is really nice. Okay, this took so long to knit because it was made to use up your entire sock set, which sounds great, right? Use up the entire sock set in a project, but that meant so much knitting. It was a lot of knitting to knit 4 full skeins of fingering weight, plus their minis, which is 80 grams total with 4 minis together, right? It was crazy. Towards the end, I was like, it just needs to get done. But I did it, and I love the end result. And it's beautiful. All the colors work so well together, and I am really, really happy with this end result. You can predict, though, that it has a similar wearing problem as my Mackenzie shawl, that it is so long that I just don't know how to wear it. Or it's just too long, it's gorgeous, but it's also so bulky. And so I remember now, when I finished this, I tried my best to wear this as much as possible indoors. And so I think the way that I had it was because again, my shoulders is what gets really cold. I tried to just, I think, like wrap it around. It is pretty long where it's covering my shoulders, but it's still long enough to like throw it over like this. And so this is how I would be sitting at my desk. But once I move around, the tails in the back kind of like droop over, like they fall over my shoulders and all of that. And I really tried to wear this. And so right after I finished it, I was so excited. I was trying to wear it as much as possible, but it started becoming kind of annoying to just be dragging around. But it did keep me warm. So there is that. So I do love this. I want to keep it. It's just kind of hard to wear. So, but I do love it. Gosh, I love it so much. And I think the idea, just the fact that it uses all of the sock sets from the Soup collection, and I've already nicknamed it my Soup shawl while I was making it, it just, it's not something I feel like I could give away. Maybe I could use it as just a lap blanket, just fold it like this and just put it on my lap to keep me warm. So at least I am using it because it took so much time and it's so pretty that it should get used. So that is my Verglass wrap. I feel like there was something else I wanted to say. Oh, I do remember when I was going to block it or wash it, I was really concerned about the red bleeding into the white, but I didn't have to worry at all. No bleeding happened, and so super, super happy about that. So yeah, that is look at this, all folded up, my Soup shawl, my Verglass wrap. Very, very pretty, but also so hefty and so long. Okay, this next one. Okay, this is my Bennett Sister shawl. This is another pattern by Lindsay Fowler. Yay! I've been wanting to make this shawl for a while, ever since I heard about it. I think it's a very popular shawl pattern. It is a triangle shawl. It is worked from one end here, increase and then decrease for the other half. And it is the last half. I think it's the last half is where you add a fluffy yarn. And I used Surrey. And there's also this other kind of like triangle pattern. It's hard to see here, but it is mostly garter stitch. And then there's just this triangle pattern right here where it is stockinette stitch. Yeah, it's really hard to see for some reason. I think maybe it is the colorway that makes it hard to see because it's a lot clearer to see in some other pictures of the Bennett Sister shawl that I've seen. I opted to not put the tassels on the end because I didn't want to make it, and also it seemed kind of annoying to wear. The yarn I used for this was Coast to Coast Yarn Co. Classic Sock for the first half in the colorway Milkweed, and then the other half where I added Surrey. So I used the same yarn throughout, but the second half where I added Surrey is the same colorway, but on the Coast to Coast Surrey base. So, and in Milkweed. And this is such a gorgeous color. I love it. I mean, it's pink. You can't blame me for loving this really light pink colorway, this variegated colorway, but it has the typical Coast to Coast amazing speckles that she does, and these like golden orangey speckles all throughout, and it is so, so pretty, and so I'm really happy to have this all in a shawl. Okay, the one difference I think that was something of note is that the pattern, I think the way that the pattern was made is if you have like 2 skeins of a fingering yarn plus 1 skein of a special fluffy yarn. then you can make this shawl, because it is kind of made so one full skein uses 1/2 of your fingering weight, and the other half then uses your other full skein. And then the other half where you add your fluffy yarn, it was written for a mohair, and I think for some hand-dyed mohair, that is when you can get a little over 400 yards for the skein. And so you could use up a full skein of your one skein of mohair, like a special skein of mohair that you have. But I don't like knitting with mohair, and I don't like wearing mohair, and so I always buy suri. And this suri base is actually like 300 something yards for 50 grams. So I actually had to buy 2 skeins of suri, but that was fine for me. But I did use mostly 2 full skeins of the fingering weight yarn. And also for the suri, I just had to use 5 grams into the second skein, which maybe sounds annoying because then you'll have almost an entire full leftover skein of suri. But I love this colorway, and so I would be happy to use it in another project. And I really wanted this in suri. The only thing is, suri is also a little bit fluffier than mohair. And so if you look, you can... Actually, it is kind of hard to see, but the gauge does get a little bigger on the suri side, just because you are adding... 1/2 is 2 strands of yarn, and the other half is just 1. So it is a little bit bigger, like gauge-wise, and it is heavier. And I was like, would it be annoying to wear? Because if I wear it like this, which is how I like to wear most of my triangle shawls, because it keeps my shoulders warm, is one shoulder going to be colder than the other? And, I think that the side with suri is a tad warmer, but it's not so drastically different that it would bother me. Like, I almost really, can't tell. I just feel warmer overall. And so this is how I like wearing it. This is how I like to wear my triangle shawls at my desk. It's super nice. I have been wearing it a lot like this, and so it's really nice and cozy. Would I make another one? Absolutely. But there also is another pattern by Lindsay Fowler, but in her book that I have, that I am forgetting the name of it. I forget the name of it, but I have the book, and she has a very similar kind of shawl in it, where it is this half suri, half fluff, half no fluff triangle shawl, but it has this leaf lace design at the bottom edge here of the triangle, and I think I would probably make that first before I make a plain Bennett sister shawl again. But I do really like this pattern. I see what all the hype is about, I would say. And yeah, I really do like this shawl, and I like the colorway that I chose to make it out of. And I've been loving wearing it. And it wears really nicely. No pilling or anything like that. Again, it is a sock yarn, and so I wouldn't expect it to kind of pill too much, but most of my knits don't really... if it uses a sock yarn, and even my suri knits, I haven't really noticed any kind of it's falling apart type of thing happening. So that has been really great. Did I say the dates on this? I don't think so. I started that June 26th, and I finished it August 14th. So I think I might have started knitting that before I moved places in last year. And so I do remember having to try and dry that in my new place here, and just it being a little bit chaotic, just trying to still move things and put things in its place while knitting that. So it was a good, nice, relaxing knit during that crazy time. Okay, another shawl. I'm still on shawls here. Almost done with the shawls, though. This is my Melt shawl by Andrea Mowry. I forgot about this shawl. I started this April 22nd, and I finished it May 19th. So it's been some time. To be honest, I kind of forgot about it because I've been working on so many other shawls. It is a triangle shawl, but it's only increasing. So you start at this end here, and you just increase on one side all the way until the end. That's this side. And this I made size 1, and I used 3 colorways. going to hold it like this so you can like see all the colors. The main one I use, which is this really pale pink color, and I would say it is a variegated because there's some kind of like lighter tan kind of color going on throughout the pink too. All of the yarn is Woolberry Fiber Co. Berry DK, but the main color is Sandcastle. Love that color. And then the dark red color is Festive. It's the dark red stripes. And then the blue, where's like a good, actually I should just show you this edge because can see them distinctly here. And then this blue is Button Jar. Very cute color, and you can't really see it because the blue doesn't happen in too many big swatches, but it is a slightly speckled blue, and so there is actually this like purpley red color going throughout the blue, and so I was like, yeah, it's a great match to go with Festive. When I bought all of these yarn colorways, they were from different things. Some I think collective, some I bought from a collection. I had no plan on making this shawl with all of the colors, but I wanted to make this shawl looking in my stash, and I was like, wow, I think all of these colors will look great together, and I think they do. So, and I think, let's see, I only had one skein each of the red and blue, and I only used like either half or a little over half of them to make this shawl. And in the main color, I did use 2.45 skeins. So I had 3 full skeins of the main color. So those are great use to make this shawl. And okay, the one annoying thing about this shawl that I didn't know before I cast on, and I was like, well, I want to make it. I already planned on making it, and I still love how it looks, and so I'm just going to live with it, is that these really small stripes. It uses both of your contrast colors, and you have to cut your yarn. You just have to. They're too far apart to carry your yarn. So each of these stripes, you have to cut your yarn, and you have 2 ends for each of them. There are so many ends on this one. The good thing is, it is an I-cord edging, and so you can just stuff all of your ends into the I-cord. But, I mean, just look how many times you have to cut your yarn. So if you ever wanted to undo it, that would be an annoying amount of small strands of yarn. But I do love this kind of like wavy, the way that this lace pattern happens right at the end. It leaves your edge looking scallopy and wavy, and even like just within here. And I love that so much. There are some brioche sections here. So these are worked 2-color brioche with your main color, and then the rest is garter stripes. So it alternates between kind of 3 different stitch patterns all throughout, and so it really is a very engaging knit to work on. And it is DK weight, and so a DK weight shawl has a really nice drape and warmth to it. And so again, the way that I wear this is just like over my back, over my shoulders, and I just sit and knit like this, or sit and work like this. At home, indoors. I forgot about this shawl, and so it got a lot of use. I remember right when I finished it, I was wearing it a lot, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is so cozy. Like, I love it so much. And then when I packed it away for moving, I think I just I forgot about it. I just put it away, and everything was just kind of a mess, and I was still trying to knit things. And so yeah, I did just kind of forget about it. Okay, if I just wanted to experiment, if you do wrap it in the front, it is very long in the front like this, and kind of short tails. So I would prefer to just wear it draped across my back like this. But yeah, now that I'm just like uncovered it through all my stuff, I think I'll leave this out for me to kind of rotate through my shawls throughout the week or something to wear while I'm working at my desk. So yeah, this was a great finished object. Would I knit this again? No, just because the ends were really annoying to weave in. But I think that it is a great shawl to knit. I just think I only need one of them in this, in this design. But it is a very pretty shawl design, and the garter stitch sections do make it feel like it goes by a lot quicker. But yeah, the rest of it, just the addition of the other stitch patterns makes it more interesting to knit on and to like keep going. So did I say the start date? I started this April 22nd and I finished it May 19th. So yeah, it was just like really relatively quick knit for a shawl, I feel like. But yeah, that was great. I think it took me about a month, right? Okay, I'm gonna try and keep going here. Oh my goodness. I knit so many shawls this year. I don't need this many shawls. Okay, this one is the Midnight Jasmine Wrap by Alexi Tavel, 2 of Wands. This was a friend knit with my friends from Hawaii who I've like met through college, and I still like chat with them, and we still do some like crafting calls with each other like once a month. This was our friend knit. We bought the kits for this, I think, from 2 of Line brand, but like 2 of Wands kits. Or we just like combined our own colors and bought it, and we're planning on making this. I think I'm still the only, and we started this. Okay, I have the start date is July 18th, 2022, and I finished this April 6th, 2024. So, and I'm the first one, I think, to finish. I don't know if my other friends have finished yet, but I think they're all cast on. This is, I guess this is my 1 crochet pattern, my 1 crochet make in 2024, finished in 2024. I remember I had to size down my crochet hook pretty much smaller. I think my crochet gauge is like kind of loose for some reason. And then I used 6 different colors from the Line brand Color Theory line. It's a worsted weight yarn and 100% acrylic. It is very soft though. It's like kind of surprising that it is acrylic yarn. I do really like how this yarn feels. Let me hold it up because you're probably like, what is it? This is a triangle shaped shawl or wrap, and it is all crocheted flowers, all made individually, 1 color for each flower, and you connect them as you go, which is really nice, so you don't have to like make them all and then connect them all at the end. You connect them as you go. And the only thing about that is you have to kind of think about color placement as you're doing it. You can't just like make the same amount of colors of each flower and then later on place them. Although what I did was, the pattern does come with like, if you are doing 6 different colors, the pattern does come with like the placement of colors that Alexi, I assume, used for hers, and so I just followed that because I didn't want to think too hard about color placement. But I think it looks really great. Color placement wise, I like my colors. I feel like they look very fall colors, and it's a really pretty crocheted piece. It, as you can tell, what I said when I started 2022, finished it in 2024, was not something I was super engaged in making throughout the entire process. I probably started it and then ran out of steam and didn't want to pick it up. It was hard to go back and pick it up after not working on it for a while because I forgot how to make the flowers, and so each time I would stop and pick it back up, I would have to look up how to make the flower. So it was a goal of mine in 2024 to finish this, and I made sure that I worked on it and that at a consistent amount of time and like every week, so that I won't forget how to make the flower, and so I could just like keep going and it wouldn't take me too long to kind of like restart the whole process. So finally finished it. It's not something I wear. I'm gonna be totally honest. I don't wear this. I guess let me try it now. Like, I think sizing wise it is a great kind of over the shoulder type of thing, but I'm not drawn to it to wear. I think it would just be pretty to drape it over something and just be like, look how pretty all of these flowers look together. But I don't wear it. But I'm gonna wait. I'm waiting until my 2 other friends finish it, because it would be a really cute friend picture taking moment where all of our flower shawls can be friends together. So I don't wear it. Would not make it again, but it was kind of a cool way to crochet a whole bunch of flowers and put them together. So I could see maybe using this technique in like for something else maybe, but I probably wouldn't make a shawl using this again, but it was a cool technique to learn, is what I would say about that. I just did a time check and it's been so long. I hope you're all still with me here. I am gonna try and be a bit speedier. Okay, next shawl is my Vertices Unite shawl. It is huge. I made the size large, and so that is why it is huge. Didn't come as a surprise. I knew what I was getting myself into, but it is great. I've been wanting to make this for a while, and so I'm really happy that I was able to make it in 2024. I finished this really quickly, I feel like. I started it April 6th, and I completed April 22nd, so it took me a little less than a month to make. I bought yarn specifically to make this, so I use 5 different colorways, all from Explorer Knits and all in the Cashmere Cavern sock base. And so it's a fingering weight yarn, but it's so nice and soft and drapey because it has cashmere in it. I use Alto Stratus, Rose Quartz, Linen, Chinley, and Daybreak in here. And I think all the colors look really great together. My idea for these colorways to go together did not come from me. I think it was like in a color combination pack that Explorer Knits made, and I was like, yes, I want that color combination. And then I made it into this shawl, and it was really fun to knit. I would definitely make this again, but I would make it in the smaller size because this is just so large. But because it is fingering weight, it doesn't really kind of like, I don't know, it's nice to wear. Like, it doesn't feel too bulky or anything. And the shape of it is triangle-ish. If I held it all the way back here, it's triangle-ish. So there are kind of like you can wear it the way that I like to wear my triangle shawls, but it is bigger, so it is kind of long, so I can just put it the way that I just did it. Oh my gosh. Where it's start in the front and then wrap the tails kind of like around, and that works really nice too. So great shawl. I wore this a lot when I finished it and then kind of forgot about it for a little bit, but it is a really great shawl. The yarn has held up really nice for kind of like doing a whole bunch of like always kind of like throwing it around itself and all of that. So there is nylon in this yarn base, so I think that that's probably what helps to keep it from kind of, falling apart or anything. So yeah, it's been really nice. Enjoyed the entire process of knitting this. Would really like to knit the smaller size of this. Okay, next up is the Reverb Wrap. This was a shawl I finished towards the end of the year. Last year, I started in November 20th and finished it December 21st. This is the Reverb Wrap. It is patterned by Alexi Tavel. I guess I did kind of do a couple patterns of hers this year. 2 of Wands. And it is a DK weight shawl, although hers is worsted weight, but I use DK weight yarn. I use 3 different woolberry colorways for this, all in the berry DK base. So the main color is Flock, which is the kind of like light pink tan main color all throughout. Then the red is Heirloom, and then the green is We Got There in the End. And it is triangle. It is knit starting at the one end here, and you increase on one side. You just keep increasing until the end here. So you just increase and your rows keep getting bigger. What I really loved about this is the stitch pattern. The reason why I even came across this pattern was I think Sorella was showing some sample pieces being made in some colorways, probably for a collection, and I saw this and I was like, what is that pattern? What is that stitch pattern? And that's how I came across it. I just really like this stitch pattern. It makes it look like little wavy things, and I do love wavy things. I like, like scalloped edging, and so this kind of thing just, I don't know, I just really like how it looks. It does have like a small bobbly thing going on. Making this was a little tricky until I figured out the key to making this stitch pattern is to kind of knit a bit looser, because there are sections where you have to like knit 3 together through the back loop, and if your stitches are too tight, it kind of hurts your hands to keep doing. So once I kind of knit a bit looser and was a bit more relaxed with it, very easy to knit, and it flew by. And I think that for me, these 2 sections here are using the same 2 colors, but I switched out which one was the main color, doing that kind of like cool stitch pattern. And so I think for my eyes, I prefer if the lighter color is doing this stitch pattern versus the darker color. I just think it stands out a bit better. And so that's what I did with my green color here, and I really, really do like that. This is a DK weight shawl, again, or I knit it with DK weight, and so DK weight seems to be my favorite shawl yarn weight, and so I do just wear this one like this. I wanted this to be my Christmas shawl. I didn't wash and block it before Christmas, but I did get to kind of like wear it a little bit to keep myself warm on Christmas Day, and so that was super nice. And yeah, I'm looking forward to getting more wear out of this. I just finished it, right, like at the end of December, so it hasn't been too long since then, but it's been really nice and cozy to have, and it has been sitting really close by to me every day. So that was super nice. Let's see. Okay. Oh, something I knit earlier in the year. This is my Daft Days shawl. This took me a while to finish. I started this back in November 24th, 2023, and I finished this March 26th, 2024. This is a Daft Day shawl by Rebecca Clow, the Creabea, and it is a one-size shawl, but you start from the center here and you just increase for the triangle, and so you could just keep going to make it bigger or stop earlier to make it smaller. And for this one, I used my Lavender Fiber Co. Valentine's Day Advent, and so I was just doing stripes of all of them in order. I think it might have been in the day order that it came in. And so that's what you see here. There is one of the mini, and they were all mini skeins. There was one mini skein that had stellina in it. That was my first time knitting with stellina, and the camera's probably not picking it up, but it's like one of these purpley colors right here. And this is a nice size to wrap around like the front like this and kind of tuck in the ends here. I do not wear this too much. I don't know what it is, because it is very me. It's very pink and light. I just haven't, maybe it's because it's not been like in front of my wardrobe or something, but I guess because actually, how would it feel wearing, it's fingering weight, and so usually I want something a bit, if I want to be warm, I want something a bit heavier. That's why I kind of reach more towards my DK weight shawls, so that's maybe a reason why. But I have worn it out just as a scarf, or just kind of wrapped around this way, and it does keep me nice and warm, keeps my neck nice and warm. So maybe it's because I view this more as a scarf, because it is on the smaller side. So, but it does wear really nicely like this. So, yeah, it's really cute, and I like it. I would probably not make it again, though. It just felt like it took so long to knit, and there's different shawls, other shawls that I want to knit instead. So, while I like this, and I liked using it for my mini skein Advent, I would not knit it again. Okay, finally onto my cowls. Let's get this done. Okay, this is my Brioche Bias cowl. This is a Bridget pattern BZB knits. I knit this for our Cozy Comforts make-along at the end of the year. I started this September 22nd, and I finished it October 6th. This is using one of my hand-spun skeins that I hand-dyed myself as well, and so I was really actually surprised at how well the colors came out once it was knitted. And it was I think a super fine merino, some kind of merino yarn. I really felt it when I washed it, and so I really was forcing it when I was spinning it to like get it to draft. But I really love the end result in the yarn. It's very soft, very cozy. Again, that could just be because of the stitch pattern being brioche. But you sew it on, sew it together in the end, so it is a full-on circle that you put over your head, keeps it secure around your neck. It does have, similar to my biscuit slip over, it does that kind of like alternating striped brioche thing where it alternates, but this one alternates at a different rate. This one is all equal stripes, and this one, hard to maybe see, but there's longer and a short, longer and a short. So that was pretty fun to work. And then you just sew it together at the end right here. Then you got your cowl, which is really nice. Okay, another cowl from Bridget. This was a test knit. I started this February 15th. Oh, this was like early in the year. Started this February 15th and I finished it March 6th. I also used, half of this was my hand spun, which is the color changing you can see here. This is my first, did I say the patterns? This is a brioche blur cowl. This was my first like Mobius knit where it's twisted and it's connected. So you can't untwist it unless you cut it. But that's really fun. It also adds to the really nice like shape and coziness of this. So you can see my hand spun. Actually, so there's 3 different stitch patterns done here, all knit in the round and then closed. So it's kind of like a double layer because it's knit in the round and closed. Actually, let me get more organized here. So my hand spun was from Nest Fiber. I think it was a Cormo fiber in the colorway Garden Path. And then the other color I used, you can see here, is Explorer Knits Denali Sock in the colorway Drift. And so there is 3 sections. One is all garter stitch, which is in my hand spun. I followed what the pattern recommends for which colors to use when. So hand spun all in garter stitch here. My Explorer Knits yarn in the, oh my gosh, it's like this, the biscuit slip over. Bridget really likes brioche stitches, so this is like the brioche, the alternating brioche stitch here. And then in this section, let me untwist it so you can actually see it, is this like alternating, you're using both of your colors and doing kind of like different slip stitches. Might have been a brioche kind of something happening, but it combines them all. They're kind of switching between the 2 different colors. So you can see it's like less vibrant than just the hand spun color changing because it has some of that blue all throughout. Really, really pretty. And I really enjoyed this knit. I think that this is what got me to love cowls even more. So let me put this on. Because it's twisted here, I think it helps to keep the height of this so that it keeps your entire neck warm. And I absolutely love that. And it's really great. It was really fun to knit and to use hand spun. Any kind of like project to use hand spun, because also a lot of hand spun, or like if you're part of monthly clubs like I am, you get one, you can always buy more, right? But you get one braid for like 4-ounce braid of a color, and so you make like one skein, and so you can't make a full sweater out of it. What do? Neck accessories are so nice to use one skein, or even like little leftovers of your yarn. I think it says I use like 290 yards of my hand spun for this, and then I used like 0.73 skeins of my Explorer Knits yarn. So each one was like, I only needed 1 skein of each color to make that, and I really do love that cowl. So whenever it's cold enough for me to want to wear a cowl, I'm reaching towards any of these cowls basically. Okay, I do have one more cowl to show you all that I made this year. This is the reversible cross collar cowl from Pearl Soho. It is a free pattern. A viewer is the one who recommended me to make this when I was talking about using up some of my leftover skeins, which I had like 80 grams each of the skeins. the yarn I use for this, both colors, you can see there's 2 colors here, Paisley Knits Coastal Sock, which is a super fine merino. I think it's a very soft yarn. In the colorway River Sunsets, which is the pink variegated here, and then in the meadow, which is this blue-pink watercolory. This looks to me like those water lilies paintings. The colors in it, it's so pretty. So this was a really fun knit because I can't show it to you now because I've connected it. You connect it at this point here. You sew it, but you just basically make just a long triangle, a long rectangle, or yeah, just a rectangle. You knit one part, and it's in stockinette, so you knit one and flat. You knit one side of it in one color and the other half in your other. You fold it and then you sew it at one of the ends like this, so that you get like a 2-layered cowl that is shaped like this. And you can also reverse it around so you can have the other color facing on the outside. And on both sides you have the soft, flat stockinette side facing you, or facing out, or touching your neck, and then on the inside is kind of like where the pearl bumps are. So this has also been so nice. This yarn is just so nice to have touching your neck. It's a very soft yarn, and it's not itchy at all, and just a really nice shape, secure around the neck. It's great. And I used 70 grams of each of the yarn to make it. So it helped me use up some of those leftover skeins really nicely. So it was great. Okay, that is the last cowl. Next category, oh my goodness. We are heading towards the end here. I have sweaters, socks, hats, and other accessories. Sounds like a lot, but these categories are a bit smaller. So hopefully we can get through them. So we're going to move on to sweaters next. Okay, so now on to sweaters. I have 11 sweaters to talk about that I have knit this year. I'm going to start off with, actually, I think it's the first sweater I finished in 2024 and the last sweater I finished in 2024 because they're the same pattern. I didn't even realize that this was how it worked out. First sweater and last sweater of the year is the same pattern, but that's how it worked out. So, and it's a great pattern. This is the Doppio sweater by Seung-hee Hong, and this is my first one that I made. I started this January 14th, and I finished it January 18th. I finished this within a week, and as you could maybe tell by how quickly I knit this up, it was a really fun knit. It was a really easy knit, and just overall great, and the finished object is super great as well. The yarn I used for this one is, I had 4, is that right? Oh, I had 3 strands of yarn, and so one of them, which was Surrey, was Ottoman Indigo Fibers Surrey Silk in the colorway Rosewood. And then I had Labia and Amy Merino Twist in the colorway Nymeria. And then I had Sorella yarn Cashmere Sock in the colorway Nolita. And then I just used a little bit of, I was worried about running out of one of my yarn for some reason. And so I used, I was a little worried about running out of my Surrey. And so on the inside part of this collar, where you can't see it when you're wearing it, I used a Woolberry Surrey in the colorway Coral, which I had some leftovers of. But I don't think in the end I really needed to, but it's just as what ended up happening. I had pretty much like 2 skeins, I think, each of my 3 colorways. And I used almost all of the Surrey, and then I used is basically like 1.5 of each of the fingering weight yarn. And here is the result. It is so, so, so pretty. The Surrey I used was like the pink Surrey. So the pink fluff you see, most of the pink is from, I would say, the Surrey. It is a really great sweater. I knit size 1, and I'm pretty sure I used the recommended needle size for this. it is, I wouldn't say oversized, but it does have some room in it for me, but it is a really nice fitting sweater. And the thing that makes this sweater pretty special is because it has the raglan shape here is not just straight. You can see that there is a curve in this raglan, and so it really fits this upper part of your shoulders really nicely. When I first made this, I was kind of worried because I think in the pattern it says bulky weight yarn, or like a combination of yarn to make a bulky weight. And so I was worried. Also, 2 fingering weight plus a suri sounds pretty bulky and warm. I was worried, like, when would I ever wear this sweater? But after making it and realizing, like, the gauge is actually pretty big. The gauge is kind of maybe for a bulky weight, but the yarn composition is, like, pretty loose. It is, if you knit it with a suri, it does kind of fill in those spaces, but overall the gauge is loose, and so you do have a pretty, like, it's not a stiff feeling sweater at all. It's really nice and flowy, and so it's just nice and drapes on you really nicely. It's warm, but I wear this almost like anytime that it is cold and you can wear any knitted sweater, I could wear this sweater. I actually, even during the summer this past year when I moved into our new place, it's cold in the downstairs, I was wearing this during the summer. Okay, so it really isn't so bulky where you're like, it's too warm. Like, it really still breathes, which is super nice. So I knew after making my first one that I would eventually make another one, which is exactly what I did. So my last sweater, pretty sure this was the last sweater I made in 2024, is my second Doppio sweater. Yeah, I finished it on the very last day of 2024. I started it December 9th, finished it December 31st, and this one did take me longer than a week to knit versus my first one because I had other things I was knitting on as well. But this is my second Doppio sweater. I knit the same size, used the same needles, and I, as you can tell, used different yarn. For this one, I used, I did the same thing where I did 2 fingering held together and a suri. And so, oh no, I'm sorry. That is not what I did. I did something very different. I held a fingering plus a sport weight plus a suri. I was looking at my notes when I said that, and I don't know why I said that. So, yes. So the fingering weight yarn was Big Little Yarn Co. Trusty Sock. And I also held the same, so Big Little Yarn Co. Suri Silk Lace. Both of those in the same colorway, which is Futakuchi Onna. It is the variegated green, yellow, orange color in here. And then I held it with Paisley Knits Sailing Sport, which is the alpaca base from Paisley Knits, in the colorway Matcha, which is this nice light green color. And so this is the resulting sweater. It is so cute. I love the combination of yarn so much. I was a little worried about the yarn combination looking okay, but I feel like, can you ever go wrong in a color combination making a Doppio? I don't know, but this is great. And so now I have a pink and a green version, 2 of like my favorite colors. Pink obviously being my most favorite color, but green being something I didn't realize until later, that actually I guess I do like green. Although I usually tend towards darker greens, but this is very pretty green. Okay, I'm gonna hold them up. I'm holding them both at the same time. You can see that the green one is a little more cropped. It's shorter in the body than the pink. That is just because I was running out of my yarn. The sport weight yarn had less yardage than the fingering weight yarn, as you can tell, but even less yardage than some other sport weight yarn. So I used up all the way up until the end of the second skein of my sport weight yarn to finish this sweater. And it's not terribly cropped on me. I can stand up. It is, a little bit longer than my slip over that I'm wearing right now. So it's fine, but it is just that slightly, maybe like an inch shorter than my first version, but I love it. It's just perfect. Would I knit this one again? Absolutely. Who knows? Maybe I'll make my third one this year. It really kind of is if I see inspiration for a color that I am like, or color combination that I'm like, that needs to be a doppio. And so I would be super willing to make another one because I have been wearing my first doppio like throughout the whole year of 2024. It's held up really nicely, and yeah, it's held up super nicely. It looks great, and it's a very well-fitting, comfortable, basic style sweater that you can just have a whole bunch of them, I think, in your wardrobe. So, and it knits up so quickly because the gauge is very large, uses up a lot of yarn. If you have yarn in stash that you want to just turn into a sweater, it's great. I love everything about that pattern. So, would recommend, and I would make again. Okay, next up, let's talk about, this is another early in the year sweater. I actually didn't realize I knit this in 2024. This is my Yoon sweater right here. This is this big oversized sweater. I did knit size 1, which is the smallest size, but it is still very, very oversized, but comfortably oversized. Not so much that I feel like it's eating me up, but definitely oversized. For this one, I used Woolberry Fiberco Berry Natural DK and Berry Surrey, held together in the both in the colorway Stash, which is a really pretty orangey brown tonal. And I really do like this. It's very comfortable. Because it's so oversized, it's really easy to put on over other things. So if I'm already wearing a long sleeve and I'm like, I just need, kind of feels like almost like a sweatshirt or cardigan kind of thing, where I'm like, I just need something to pull over and put it on to be warm. This actually does the job really nicely. If you haven't seen the sweater before, it does have huge side split on the side. Like, it kind of just starts right under the arm basically, and because it's so oversized, it isn't like, you can't really tell the split is there unless you're kind of like moving around. But because of that, it makes it very easy to just put on over what you're wearing, because you don't have to like wiggle your body through an entire sweater. So, and because it's DK weight with Surrey, it is so nice and soft and really weighty, so it's nice and warm. The thing though is, again, when I was talking about sleeves being too wide right at the wrist, this definitely has wide sleeves, and so I have to like take it off if I need to like do the dishes for like a lot of dishes basically, or something like that. But it's really nice to keep warm, and I do really like it and wear it a lot. Would I make it again? I would not, because this is a very, again, it's one of those almost like statement pieces that I don't think I need another one in my wardrobe, but I do really enjoy and wear this one quite often. More so like if I'm really cold, but it's very wearable. I think less wearable than the doppio. Doppio feels very like, I'm gonna put on a knitted sweater and I can wear this anywhere and everywhere. This one a little more, actually don't even know if I wear this outside. I mostly wear this indoors. I don't know why, but that is just how I end up wearing it. Okay, next up. I've done a lot, I feel like, maybe not a lot, but like a few things this year where I've knit multiple of, if not in the same year, just I knit another one of a pattern that I've made before. For example, this one is Cumulus blouse, and this is actually my third Cumulus blouse. For this one, I knit size extra small. I believe all my other ones are also extra small, which is the smallest size. This one I use Woolberry Fiberco Berry Surrey, and it's the new Surrey from Woolberry. I might not have mentioned new or old Woolberry Surrey in all of my projects, but the reason why I mentioned this is the new Surrey is because, and the colorway is October, I held the Surrey double. The reason why I mention it is because all three of my Cumulus blouses use a different kind of yarn, or yeah, a little bit. So my first Cumulus blouse, and this is a pattern by Petite Knit. Actually, did I even mention, I feel bad, I don't think I mentioned who the designer was for the Yoon sweater. It is November Knits for the Yoon sweater that I just showed. Now back to the Cumulus blouse. This is by Petite Knit. It is a V-neck sweater fluff. My first Cumulus blouse was with a mohair held double, because I believe that's what the pattern says to and recommends to use. And that was fine, but I learned after that mohair just makes me kind of itchy and I don't really like it. So then I made a second Cumulus blouse that uses Surrey silk lace. I believe that one was from Explore Knits. And that is the Surrey that most hand-dyed Surrey, I feel like, is the composition, or the type where it has like 300 something yards and not 400 something yards. So it is a bit fluffier and has less yardage than even, like a less yardage than mohair. But I wanted one in Surrey. And then Woolberry changed their Surrey base to be, maybe a less fluffy Surrey, but it's still Surrey silk lace. But it has like 400 something yards per 50 gram skein. So it kind of behaves, and you get yardage more similar to mohair skein. So then I wanted to make it in this because I wanted to see, does the, older, more fluffy Surrey feel, how different does it feel from this Surrey? And so that's kind of why I wanted to make it in this. And so I did. And I think that, it does actually feel a bit lighter and a bit thinner fabric than the other Surrey. The other Surrey does feel just a little bit more fluffy and more kind of filled in for the holes, because the gauge is pretty big for this. It knits up pretty quickly. Although I guess I'm looking now at when I started and finished this, I think I just kind of took lots of breaks in between making this. I started this February 22nd and I finished it April 3rd. But it is just your standard V-neck sweater. Nothing super special about it. I-cord edging and all of that. I think that there's other designers that probably have more size-inclusive patterns for a very similar look. And so, because I already have this pattern and I've made other things and I wanted to make a very apples-to-apples comparison, I made the third one. I think if I were to make another V-neck Surrey held double sweater, I'd probably try a different pattern or design from someone, but this did get a lot of wear from me earlier in the year. I kind of just started wearing my other sweaters more, as newer sweaters become more fun to wear right after you finish them. But they are ones, these blouses, or the Cumulus blouse is one that I grab towards sometimes when I want something light and still kind of warm. Okay, next, it's another Surrey. I think this is the last sweater that has Surrey in it to talk about. This is something I finished more towards the end of the year. This is my Aviva wrap top by Jamie Creates. I knit size extra small. I started this October 25th and I finished it November 22nd. And for this one, I used Woolberry Fabrico Berry Surrey, the new Surrey, in the colorway Flower Crown, and I used almost 3 skeins to knit this. And so I was really surprised at how little amount of skeins I needed to make this with the new Surrey base that has more yardage. This is such a cute top. It is a wrap top, but it's knit together at the bottom, so you don't have to you don't actually wrap and tie it. It's already wrapped for you. And then it is cropped, but it has a ribbed, just a slightly, I think you do decrease right over here, and then you do the ribbing, so it does kind of have more of a poof right here while you're wearing it. It is cropped, pretty cropped. My belly button's right here, so it's landing really close to on top of it. But the sleeves are also kind of poofy. They're pretty wide, but then they rapid decrease all the way to the wrist. And so for this one, I can actually roll it up and for the sleeves to stay up. And it's just a really cute, it's a really nice flowy top that I like. I have not worn it too much because I need to wear a top under it, because the V-neck is a little, it's kind of getting there to be just about as low as I would be willing to go without wearing a tank top under it or something. but it's also very cropped that most of my pants don't actually go up that high, or if they do, if I move my arms up, then the shirt goes all the way up, and it's kind of uncomfortable. So I also really like the colorway on this, and so I would just love to wear it more. I think it's very pretty. It's a very me kind of top, so I would like to get more wear out of this. Would I make this again? Yes, actually. Although I don't think I would make the long sleeve version. I could potentially make the long sleeve version again, but the pattern also has a short sleeve version, and I would be really interested in making the short sleeve version. And I would potentially make the neck size up though, because I think I could do with a little more circumference in the body, because it does kind of stretch out here, and so it fits, but I do want that more poofy, oversized look on me to happen. So I would experiment making the short sleeve version and maybe sizing up or something like that. And who knows, maybe the short sleeve version I can make with just 2 skeins of that Woolberry Surrey. That would be crazy. And I think I do have some 2 skeins of Surrey kind of laying around, so that would be kind of a nice way to use that up. Okay. Next up, I have this amazing sweater. This is the Weekender Crew sweater using my hand spun. This is my one hand spun sweater of the year. I started this April 26th and I finished it May 17th. And I also started and finished the spin of this in 2024. So it started from fiber all the way till sweater. I knit size 1. Oh, this is a pattern by Andrea Mowry, the Weekender Crew. And the hand spun is some fiber I got from John Arbin Textiles. Yarnadelic in the colorway The Beautiful Ones, and I do think it is very beautiful. It is overall, it kind of looks like a gray. If you're not looking at it close, it just looks like gray. But if you look really closely, and I'm going to try and camera focus, hoping the lighting is a little bit, helps me out here, but there are some yellow, blue, and red bits in there. Actually, maybe the stockinette side, you can see it a little bit better. But it is gorgeous. When I got the fiber, the way that the fiber is in the colors, you can definitely see those colors better separately in the fiber. Because if the fiber is kind of lined up in strands this way, there's like a yellow strand going this way, a red strand, and a blue strand, or multiple of those different color strands. But when you spin it, they all spin together, and so it really just kind of blends, and it just blends together in each strand, so, or in each like single of your spin, and then when you apply it together, it all just kind of mixes together, and so it has this really nice gray, blue, purpley kind of look all together. But when you look closely, you can see all of the separate colors, so I really like it. As far as the sweater and the pattern, it was very typical Andrea Mowry knit, I feel like, at least for her recent patterns. It is bottom up. There is a cute split hem, which I like. This is a reverse stockinette, so it is purl stitches on the body and stockinette on the sleeves. You join at the top. It has those, cast on stitches for the arm. It's a drop shoulder. And I guess the thing that makes it the Weekender, in her series, is this slip stitch thing that happens in the middle, in the front, also the back. And there are 2 pockets, which make it just very, very kind of fun. It is a very weighty sweater because I think my hand spun is more dense than some other like commercially spun yarn. So it does feel dense, but it's very nice to wear. I really like the crew neck so that it doesn't itch me. It's not itchy around the neck, because this yarn is just a tad itchy, just a tad, but not enough for me to not wear it. And as far as like how it's been holding up, I have heard from my friends, my San Francisco knitting friend group, that they actually all, the reason why I got this colorway too actually was because they all, as a group, knit with a John Arbin yarn. So not fiber, not handspun, but yarn that is in the Beautiful Ones colorway, but they all said that the yarn pilled so badly for them. So I was really worried about my hand spun of this. But I wonder if maybe my hand spun, it's most likely spun very differently than how they spin their yarn to sell the yarn. But I haven't actually noticed, not like a crazy amount of pilling where I feel like it's unbearable and kind of, you know, like noteworthy versus some other things that have pilled on me. But there is, because I have worn this quite a bit, I would say there is some pilling around, like on the sleeve, like right at the edge. But to me, it doesn't look any worse than some other yarn that kind of pills on me sometimes if I wear it a lot. It's not anything super crazy. So maybe if you spin it a certain way, I might have overspun some of this. Actually, I might have done, was this a 3-ply? So maybe it was just how I spun it. And gosh, did I not write in my notes here? I probably have it in my notes somewhere else. I might have done a 3-ply for this. Maybe not. I don't know. I can figure it out later, but again, could be how I spun it. Didn't pill too much on me, but there is some pilling. But I also did wear this a lot. Overall, is a nice wear. Would I make this pattern again? Probably not. Just because the construction seems very similar to other Andrea Mowry patterns, and if I'm gonna make something that looks similar, I'd probably just make one of her new ones if it appeals to me for the pattern. I don't think I would make the other Weekender type of sweaters which have a boat neck and not the crew neck, because I also don't like that straight neck kind of look. So probably no more Weekenders for me. Although if I did for some reason make this again, I would not probably put the pockets on because I don't like sewing on pockets. But it is, I think it adds something to the sweater, but if I had to make it again, I would omit it. Not because I want to, take it off of this, but just because I don't want to go through the hassle of it again. But I do love this as a hand knit sweater. It makes me really happy. So that's my Weekender crew. Okay, speaking of Andrea Mowry, my next sweater I want to talk about is the frame. This looks, again, it's a very similar construction. Bottom up, 3-needle bind off on the shoulders. Although this one doesn't have too much, there's actually almost no cast on for the extra drops shoulder sleeve, but it's a very similar construction. This is the Frames by Andrea Mowry. I knit size 2, and this sweater was very special to me, is very special to me, because you can see I used 2 different yarn colors here. The pattern does call for 3, but I just used 2, and I used some hand spun. So the color changing yarn you see in here is my hand spun. The hand spun, the fiber is from Yarn Jam in the colorway Arieknits. It was from when Trisha from Yarn Jam made a podcasters collection, and I was just so lucky to be a part of it, and I still can't believe it happened. And Trisha's just so nice, and it was so fun to work with her. And so I spun some of that fiber, got some yarn, and so my brown yarn is also from Yarn Jam. Trisha helped me figure out which colors of hers to pair with my hand spun. So that was also really fun. And this is the Natural Decay base from Yarn Jam in the colorway Cedar. Now the fiber, the hand spun fiber, and this yarn is Shanico. This is my first time spinning and knitting a sweater with a Shanico yarn fiber base. And it is so amazing. It is, every single sweater from now on kind of needs to be Shanico, which I can't do because I have so much yarn that's not Shanico, but oh boy, Shanico it's like a game changer. It is so soft and fluffy and smooth. It is everything and not itchy at all. So this sweater is very special. Also because I knit this along with a small group of us who wanted to knit the frames, spin some for some of the frames and knit it. And so this was just an overall, like as a project as a whole, was really nice to spin and knit up. I started this September 4th and I finished it November 2nd, and I really like it. I do remember now that I'm holding a sleeve like this that I did lengthen the sleeve by one of these pattern rows, because this sweater is supposed to be cropped and it's supposed to be kind of like 3/4 sleeve or something. And I think my gauge was a little off. I just needed to lengthen it a little more. And it is on the cropped side. Again, my belly button's like right here, so it's right at the, for me, like acceptable cropped level. But I love it. I think the colors turned out really nice. It feels really amazing. I do love wearing this, but because the sleeves are a bit on the shorter side, I don't wear it as often if I'm like super cold. So right now in winter, I just haven't reached for it as much. I wore it a lot when I finished it, as soon as I finished it, when it was still kind of like, sometimes you can get a little warm. Actually, I do wear this when I know if I do a lot of like house chores, kind of like walking around up and down the stairs, then I choose to wear this, because then it keeps most of my body warm and some of my arms kind of free. And that is what's really nice about this sweater. If I know I'm just going to want to roll up my sleeves to do stuff, I just wear this sweater, because then I don't have to roll up my sleeves. They're already at that length. So, but yeah, would I make this again? No, because this was all color work, and to work color work flat, which I didn't realize I needed to do until I got to that section. So I would not knit this again. Also, it's a very statement piece. I don't think I need another one that looks like this in my wardrobe, but I absolutely need another Shanico sweater in my life. So that is my takeaway from that. Okay, we are nearing the end of my sweaters. Next up is my Hog Creek pullover. Here it is. This is a pattern by Andrea Gahn. I knit size A, which is the smallest size, and I used Woolberry Fiberco Berry Merino in the colorway Orange Blossom, and I used about 2.26 skeins of this. The pattern calls for sport weight. I used fingering weight. Lesson learned, I think I wouldn't mind making this again, because I do really like it. I think it does fit really nice. However, I think I would just make it in a DK weight. Either a sport or a DK weight, and I think it would be perfect. I think it is just a little bit too light to feel like. Sometimes I do think sometimes I want a fingering weight sweater. Yes, I will make more fingering weight sweaters, but I just do feel like this would be great as a DK weight sweater. Not that I wouldn't wear this, because it is really easy to put on and just like is just nice as it is. I really like the garter rib thing that's going on with the stitches, and I think it works really nice with this colorway. But I haven't worn this too much, if I'm going to be honest. Could just be because it got colder. I started this July 31st and I finished it in October 23rd, and so it could just be it got colder and I was just reaching for my warmer sweaters. So we'll see, maybe spring, summertime, if I reach for it more. The colors also kind of seem more spring, summertime colors. But I would still consider knitting this again, but again, just in a sport or a DK weight yarn instead. Okay, and then I have my Ballard pullover. This is a pattern by Sari Nordlund. I've been wanting to make this ever since the pattern came out, because she called this a Ballard pullover because of this city. Is it a city? No, it's just an area in Seattle named Ballard, and I have been to Ballard, and so I think she was making Sari Nordlund was making this design when she was in Seattle, and she was I think she posted a picture of her working on it while she was in a shop in Ballard. And I was like, well, yes, then I need to make this sweater. I finally made it. I made size 1, and I used Woolberry Fiber Co. Berry Tweed DK. It's been a while since I've knit with a tweed yarn. In the colorway The Weekend, and I used 4.31 skeins of that to knit this whole sweater, and I like it very much. The tweed worked out so nice in this. I wasn't sure if it was going to look too busy with the cables, but I think because the cable sections are pretty big and not super like small intricate cables, that the tweed is really perfect. Like, it is a great combination. There are cable panels on the front and back, and also all around the sleeves with some stockinette panels in between, and it's very comfortable. I feel like DK weight sweaters, and again, DK weight, just like stuff in general, have a really nice weight and warmth to them. I was always like fingering weight stuff. I love fingering weight stuff, and I still do, but I've really kind of leaned into the DK weight yarn this past year, or at least towards the end of the year. So I really like this sweater. This sweater goes with a lot of things because it is gray, and so I've found myself reaching for this a lot, and I very much enjoy it. It has so far held up really nicely. I don't really notice too much pilling anywhere. And also, like, given the fact that, like, when I wear this out, I actually usually put on, like, my puffy jacket over it. So I'm always kind of, like, putting jackets over it or taking it off, you know. So for that, really nicely is holding up so far. And I really like the tweed in this. So that was a sign for me. I should probably knit more with tweed and not be too scared of knitting cables with tweed. Okay, next up I have, this was my one boucle knit of 2024. This is my Superlative Sweater by Samantha Guerin. I started this, I was confused at first. I started this October 1st, 2023. And I finished it May 31st, 2024. So this took me a really long time to finish. I was just, I don't know. I knit size 2. The yarn I used is Explorer Knits Boucle DK in the colorway Oxide. And then for the ribbing on the hem, the neck opening, and then the sleeve cuff is Explorer Knits Cashmere DK in the same color, Oxide. And I used about 2.59 skeins of the boucle. So I did need 3 skeins, but I didn't need all 3 skeins of boucle to knit this sweater. And, okay, I think that I should have knit a size up, because it is just a little, it like just fits me, I feel like. With like, it's not tight by any means. There's still some positive ease. But for me, what does slightly bother me about wearing this is that it's supposed to be a drop shoulder, and it kind of is too close to my underarm where the sleeve starts, and it's really high up. Like this sweater, the armhole is kind of short, and so it kind of bunches under my arm when I put my arms down. So that is the only reason why I don't always gravitate towards wanting to wear this. But I have worn this quite a bit because the boucle is very comfy. And okay, the other thing is I made my bind off way too tight in the neck, and so I do have to kind of force it over my head. So I would say not the most easiest thing to put on if I want something super easy. If I have a headache, I'm like, no, I don't want to like squash the thing like over my head. But besides that, it does get some wear out of me, but it is really more just the sizing for me, and maybe just like the shape. It is really just like knitted straight down. There is no shaping on the shoulders, so that could probably be it, but the boucle is nice. And as you can maybe tell if you watch my recent podcast videos, I've been knitting a lot with boucle lately, and I'm just trying to find like that perfect boucle sweater. So I'd say this was a great try for that perfect boucle sweater. I think if you just get the right fit, it'll be really nice. But for me, it's just, I'll still wear it. I still do wear it, but it's not my favorite fit for a sweater. But the boucle is great. Love the feel of boucle. Okay, and then my last sweater to talk about is a hoodie. When I was looking through and grabbing all my knits, I was like, oh, I didn't realize I knit this year, or in 2024. This is my Downtown hoodie by Tori Yu. I knit size 2, and the yarn I used is, both colorways are from Coast to Coast Yarn Co. in the classic DK base. The main one is Earthen, and then the contrast color is Cortinarius. I chose these colors because they looked very similar to Tori Yu's version, and it looks great, so I was like, it's going to look great. And I'm pretty sure I knit this 2 pattern. Probably didn't make any changes. I kept the same amount of stripes for the whole thing. Here's the hood. You can see the side profile of the hood, and there's the drawstrings here that I knit with the contrast color. I wear this all the time. This is my favorite knitted hoodie. It just fits so well. It has the right amount of positive ease where it's comfortable to wear over things, including long sleeve shirts. Doesn't make anything feel bunchy under it. It is with DK weight yarn, and I was saying DK weight just is feeling very comfortable to me lately, and it's just great. I mean, this is what I want a hoodie to feel like. Something that's super simple and easy to wear, comfortable to wear, and I wear it all the time. Now, since I wear it all the time, I'm just like looking at it for how it's holding up. The yarn is pilling a little bit, but it kind of seems like where things pill the most for me is just all along under the arm. So like right here, actually when I angle it certain way for the light, you can kind of see it just like right all along the side under here. Not so much under the armpit, surprisingly, but definitely just like a lot right. So it'd be like right here for me, like right here. That's so interesting. I wonder why. Maybe I like put my arms on the table like a lot or something, but yeah, it does. There is some pilling over here, but nothing super crazy or annoying. Like, it just looks like it's really well worn and loved. And I don't think you notice it from like far away. So it's not, not anything crazy. I do wear this all the time. It's one of my knitwear that I kind of just like hang over a chair when I'm not wearing it, because I know I'm just going to pick it back up again. So it doesn't really live in a drawer or anything. It just kind of stays out. But I do love this hoodie. And it is, I think it's my second hoodie that I've ever knit. But my first one was a no sweat shirt, I think is what it's called. And it's kind of cropped. And so I love that one. Very comfortable. But it is kind of cropped. And I wanted just like a full length one. And I do. I really, really love the Downtown hoodie. Would I make it again? Potentially, if there's like some cool colors that I want to make it in, or make a solid colored one, I would consider it. But I don't have any plans on making another one anytime soon. Just because I also finished another hoodie. And oh my gosh, but what if you made a boucle Downtown hoodie? Because you can kind of sort of sometimes sub the boucle DK kind of weight yarn with a DK weight pattern. A boucle hoodie? Okay, that was the first time I had that thought. Okay, I'm gonna have to put that aside while I finish this video, but a boucle hoodie? That would be so cute and so comfortable. Okay, I need to move on now. We are now down to like the accessories. I have split these up into some categories, but they're all accessories. So I'm gonna do socks first, then hats, then just other accessories, which is really exciting because that means we are down to the last sections. I have 5 socks to talk about, and I'm gonna start with these bear paw socks. Okay, I knit, actually, yeah, I said it, so I'm gonna say it now, or show it to you now. I knit 2 pairs of bear paw socks, so I'll hold both of them up. yes, they are different sizes and different colors. This first one, also the Bear Paw Socks is a pattern by Andrew Murray. I've knit a lot of things by Andrew Murray this year. But, okay. These first ones, I knit from April 8th to April 11th. It's very quick. They're a DK weight sock pattern, and what I did was, I was trying to use up some of my Paisley Knits Coastal Sock yarn, because I used it some for a blanket, and I had like 80 grams left over, of the main skein, and I wanted to use them in projects as much as I could this year. So I basically used 80 grams. Did I say 80? Well, anyway, 80 grams is what I had left over of this colorway, and I used all 80 grams to knit these socks. I held it together because that yarn is a fingering weight. Held it together. This colorway is Bougainvillea, and I knit size 7, which is a woman's medium. That is the same size like women's medium I knit in other Andrew Murray socks. However, my gauge is probably huge for this. Maybe it's because it's fingering held double instead of just one strand of DK weight yarn. So I want to make these socks again, but I would probably size down, or maybe 2 sizes down, and then hold fingering weight double. So I'm not going to change anything, or maybe not even change my needle size. I use a US 4. I guess I could go lower, but it already felt kind of dense when I was knitting it. So I would probably size down at least 1 size to knit it again, because they are also kind of loose now on my feet, but they work for just wearing them indoors when I'm cold. I really like DK weight socks right now when it's really cold, because fingering weight socks, if the floor is really cold, I can feel the coldness through the socks. So I just wear these around the house, but it was a nice pattern. It was toe up, so that is another reason why I chose them for these, because since I was trying to use up all of the yarn, I could do a toe up and just knit to the length of leg part or ankle part of the sock until I reached like the halfway point, and then could do the same for the next one. So that was number 2. And then similarly for my second pair that I've knit, I actually followed, because I think the pattern comes with instructions on, it's supposed to be 2 fingering weight held together, because you can kind of do it in these color blocked kind of sections where you knit 2 strands with your first color, 2 strands of your second, do them 1 of each, so it's kind of like a marled look, heel in a fleagle heel in one of your other ones, and end with some stripes at the top. But I knit these for my boyfriend, and I also used Paisley Knits Coastal Sock leftover yarn from my blanket, so it was really nice. These are really soft yarn base, and so it was great for socks, although maybe not for like wear or like pilling. No holes have ever formed, but it could be because it's DK weight, so it's a bit thicker. But for this one, the colors, and I use about 60 to 66 grams of each of the colors to make this version. The yellow color is Lemonade Stand, and the blue is Pool Club. For this one, I knit size 9 or men's small. But these also it's ribbed, and so, I thought it would have some more stretch, but I think they stretched out quite a bit, and so they are also really big and loose on my boyfriend's foot. And so for both of these, I want to make him another pair, because he does actually wear these quite a bit, which makes me really happy. But I will also size down for him as well. I don't want to hold it too close to the camera, but it has pilled a bit, and you can tell it's really well worn. But no holes. Again, no holes yet, which makes me happy, because then I've never repaired a sock before. But yeah, so those are my 2 Bear Paw socks from this year. And then I started off the year 2024 actually with some DRK everyday socks. So it is basically, it's like the same thing as a Bear Paw socks, but fingering weight, and yeah, because it's the same toe up, fleagle heel, 2x2 rib. These are so pretty. I love these so much because, and I knit the same size, women's medium, size 7, and these fit great. These are my first hand spun socks. The fiber I used for these socks, it was a fiber from 316 Dye Studio. It was a Polworth yarn. I actually I didn't remember that, but yeah, it's a Polworth yarn or fiber that I spun to a fingering weight. It's actually like light fingering. I can't believe I did that. It was one of my first few spins like ever, or like full like 4-ounce spin, or a colored hand-dyed colored fiber spin, and I did a fractal spin on these, so you can kind of see that striping happening, but they're very subtle because the color overall is pretty similar. And I love these socks. They're just, part of it could just be because they are hand spun, but they feel nice, they feel sturdy. I don't think there's any holes in them yet, although I think part of the heels are kind of looking a little, I don't know, do you want to see it? Like, it looks a little, it's just getting a little thin looking over here. So I'm a little scared because it would make me sad if these got a hole in it. I still have more of the yarn, so I could probably patch up the hole, but again, I've never done it. If you have tips on how to do something like that, let me know. But it's not something I really want to do, but I will, especially for these hand spun socks. But considering how many times I've worn them, they're looking pretty good. So, gosh, I love these socks, and I love hand spun socks. I need to make more hand spun socks because I love them. I don't know why I don't make more. Okay, and then I have my Oxbow socks. Let's talk about that. These ones next. These are my Oxbow socks by Andrea Mowry. I knit size 3, and I use Sorella Yarn Classic Sport. So it's sport weight, my first and only so far sport weight socks in the colorway Brick. Oh, yeah, okay. Do you remember I talked about my mala top? This is it the mala top? Yeah, I think it's the mala top. My short sleeve like vest top by Sari Nordland in a sport weight yarn. I had some leftover yarn, and so I decided to make these socks. Andrea Mowry was having like a weekend knit along to knit these socks. It was a new pattern, and so I was like, yeah, I have some yarn in stash to make it, and I want to make more socks, so I cast it on. So I started November 28th, and I finished it December 1st. This was like Thanksgiving weekend. So this was a fun project for that. I really, really like the stitch pattern on this. It is nothing more than some knits and purls in some specific places, and so it looks really fancy, but it's super easy to knit. They were knit cuff down, I believe. Yeah. And I love that for the heel, it continues that stitch pattern on the heel. And so that's super nice. Overall, I had a really great time knitting these socks. And I think that these were like the first socks I knit. I knit some socks earlier in the year, and then I don't think I knit socks in the middle of the year. So these brought me back to knitting socks right at the end of the year. And yeah, it really got me going into more sock mojo, which is super nice for me, so I can get more socks to wear. And as far as sport weight socks, I think that this is the best of both worlds of fingering and DK weight socks. It fits, I mean, it really is just in between those two. It's not as bulky as DK weight, but it still has the warmth, like a little more warmth than a fingering weight. So I love these. I would definitely make these again. I want to make it in the fingering weight because there is fingering weight instructions in the pattern. So the next time I make these, I would make the fingering weight version as well, just to try it out. But it's a great sock pattern. I have noticed I've leaned more towards non-lace sock patterns lately. I feel like the lace ones are really pretty, but as far as being warm and practical, I just prefer something that does not have holes in it in the pattern. Although it won't ever stop me from making more lace pattern socks, but I do really gravitate towards wearing just a more more basic or just like more simple-ish patterned kind of sock. Just basically one that doesn't have holes in it. Okay, and then last but not least for my socks, these ones, I think that these were the last socks that I knit in the year, or finished in the year. These are my 3x1 ribbed socks. I didn't follow a pattern for these, but this was a buddy knit with my friend Emily. We both had the same sock set of self-striping yarn, and the yarn is from Tiny Human Knits, her merino nylon fingering base, most likely. And the colorway is Carols in the Snow, so that is the striping colorway that you see here. We both got the 50-gram skein, and so I used pretty much as much as I could. I think in my, well, now I'm like in my notes, I used the mini skein too, so I don't know how I calculated this, but in my notes I have that I used 94 grams. Maybe I didn't count my mini skein. That would be weird, but the mini skein that came with the set is this light blue. I used it for the heels and for the toes, and yeah, this was worked toe up. I think both me and Emily worked toe up socks, 3x1 rib. This is my first 3x1 ribbed sock, and I really do like it. I think it's really nice. Fits really nicely on the foot as far as the 3x1 ribbed section. Now, because I didn't follow a pattern for these, I think I could have made my toe a little bit longer, so I could have just like knit without increasing a little bit longer on the toe. And the heel, this was my first time doing a forethought heel where I just knit and then I knit across like a scrap piece of yarn and just continue knitting in the round, and then later on I had to like rip out, how did I do this? I think I ripped out that knitted section of the scrap yarn and I had live stitches, put that back on, and then knit the heel after. I think my placement of the heel was slightly off. I should have knit more of the foot before I started the heel, but they still work. Like, they still fit. They don't like not fit at all kind of thing. So I have been wearing them this past week, and so they actually look a bit more like in a foot shape now, which is nice for pictures. Maybe for my sock pictures, I should just like wear my socks a little bit and then take the picture so they lay a bit more flat. But they fit fine to wear around the house, and yeah, I just really like them. I don't know. I've really been into knitted socks, especially towards the end of 2024 and now into 2025. Really makes me happy to be matching with my friend, and I just really want twinning pictures with her with these socks. We're going to be twinning a lot more this year too, I think, so maybe we just have a day where I finish more my Seaway pullover, if you've seen that. Finish that, and we can have matching pictures in our Seaway pullovers and our socks, which will be kind of funny. But yeah, these were my last pair of socks that I finished in 2024. So that was 5 pairs of socks in 2024. And now let's move on to my hats. Okay, I was going to say accessories, but it's hats first. I have 2 hats, so we'll go through them pretty quickly. I've surprisingly only made 2 hats in this year, but I think it's because now I do have a good number of hats that I absolutely love to wear that I just always grab them. But let me start with this hat. This is my Manhattan hat, my second Manhattan hat that is the worsted weight pattern, because I have knit the bulky weight and also the sport weight. Yes, yeah, bulky weight and the sport weight pattern. There's 3 Manhattan hat patterns, and I've knit 1 of each. And so now this is my second Manhattan hat normal pattern, worsted weight yarn pattern, but like my 4th Manhattan hat of the Manhattan hat series. And I think that this is my new favorite one, not only because it's like, it could be because it's the newest one, but there's other reasons I do really, really love this one. So I did not put the size in my notes for this, but I'm pretty sure it was like adult small, probably, most likely, or adult medium. I need to go back, oh my goodness. But I used Woolberry Fabrico Rambouillet worsted yarn for this hat, which makes it pretty cool because this was kind of, I think, one of the first colorways maybe, or towards the beginning of when Woolberry started offering this base, the Rambouillet worsted. And because I was spinning with Rambouillet and I love the spin, I was like, I would probably like this Rambouillet yarn as well. It was a 2-ply, and the colorway is Bewitched, which is a very me colorway as well because it's pink and has some purple in there. And I already knew I loved the Manhattan hat, so I was like, yeah, if I can, and I could make this color, this whatever size I made, I used completely all of one skein of the Rambouillet worsted. And it is just folded once, so it's just a single fold version of the hat, and perfection. It has the right amount of stiffness to the yarn. It's very soft. It is not rustic and itchy, but it has a stiffness to the yarn where it does hold its shape. So when it's on your head, it doesn't flop over. I'm gonna put it on now. Okay, this is like ideal hat, favorite hat, Manhattan hat. It is so comfortable. It is a 1x1 ribbed hat, and it just has like the best decreasing at the top, and I think it is one of the better looking shaped hats on my head. I don't think a lot of hats look good on my head, but I think that this one looks fine, and I really like it. It's very comfortable, and when I tell you, so okay, I started this hat April 2nd and I finished it April 5th, so maybe like 4 days to finish this hat. And I'll just like unfold it so you can see just the full length of it. It's worked from here, I guess bottom up, and gosh, I seriously love this hat so much. I wear this every single morning I go to skating, and I go skating like 4 times a week. This is the hat I wear every morning. So I wear this so much, and also like on the weekends, like almost whenever I go out, as long as I don't think it's too hot where I'll look crazy wearing a beanie, I am grabbing this beanie or another Manhattan hat. But after I made this one, it was most likely going to be, I would say 9 out of 10 times, it was this hat. So I have worn this hat so many times, and it's held up so nicely. Maybe just a little bit of fuzz kind of building up at like the top over here, but not really anywhere else, which is kind of crazy because I'm not rubbing the top of my head on things, right? You would think it would be over here, like where it touches your head and your face and you might be adjusting it all the time, but for some reason it's up here. But again, it's such a little amount. It looks like just as good as when I made it, I feel like. So it's held up really nicely. Would recommend. I would super recommend if you're interested in trying out the Woolberry Rambouillet worsted yarn and you don't want to splurge on a sweater quantity without, even trying the yarn first. This is a great way to knit with it, get that knitting experience, and only have to use one skein, or I think for a larger size you might need to use one skein plus a little bit, so you might have to buy 2 skeins of it. But it is so good. It is seriously one of my favorite hats. I did very recently finish a test knit for Tori U for another hat, which I'm loving. But this would be, as far as 2024, my number 1 hat of 2024. Just perfection. Okay, and now on to my least favorite hat I have ever made, I think. I feel bad for saying that, but I think it's true. This is the Traveler hat. I actually totally forgot. I've been making a lot of the Traveler series stuff, and I forgot that there was a Traveler hat that I made. Actually, funny, I just realized this is actually the same yarn base as the Manhattan hat I showed you, Woolberry Fabric Co. Rambouillet Worsted, but this one is in a different colorway. As you can see, it's in the colorway Stone Fruit. I really, really like this colorway. I also only used one skein for this, but like 94 grams of it, so just a little under one skein. I knit size 4 of this, and it's a pattern by Andrea Mowry, the traveler hat, and I do not like it, and it makes me kind of sad. I would just say I think it really is just the way that the shaping is done on the hat and how it looks. Maybe it would look better if I use a less structured yarn, but it kind of just pokes up in a really weird way. I will put it on my head so you can see it. I don't even have pictures of this up on my Instagram or anything. Oh, I think, and I don't think I ever would because I don't know. I think if I had my head up like this, it looks fine. This really fat, like folded, ribbed section, cute. But once I go like this, to me, it looks like Mojo Jojo's hat thing from the Powerpuff Girls with like all the lines and kind of like this, like the structured thing happening, or like these lines where the decreases happen, and I don't really care for the look. For some reason, it doesn't look like this on Andrea Mowry, but I don't think the shaping really works. Maybe if it was more slouchy, like I was saying, maybe if the yarn was more slouchy, it would be okay, but because it just sticks in its place, it looks kind of weird. It looks kind of weird, and so I do not wear this out because I've already made it, and it honestly, feel and fit-wise, is nice. It is just purely, the reason why I don't like it is just how it looks. But fit-wise, it's very comfortable. And so when there were some days, actually, you know, when the power went out, if you watch my podcast, when the power went out, and it was really cold in here because the heater couldn't work, I did wear this hat to keep me warm because it is on the looser side of my hats, and so it is kind of just nice to like plop something onto my head to keep it warm. So if I need to stay warm inside my house and no one will see me, I will wear this hat. And that is how this hat gets used. So I only wear it indoors when it's cold enough to wear a hat indoors. Would I make this pattern again? No. And to be honest, I wouldn't recommend this pattern either. I don't know. I've also had some other viewers message me and say that their hat also looks kind of weird, and if I did anything different to like make it look not like it's poking out anywhere. And I was like, no, it looks weird on me too. So I think that it might not be a very popular hat pattern, but it's made and feels fine. You'll just never see me wearing this outside, and I probably won't post a picture of me wearing it on my Instagram. Although I do need to just put a picture of it on my Ravelry, because one of my goals this year, which was not in my normal goals or like my listed goals, but I want a picture of all of my finished objects in my Ravelry. But that one will not be on my head when I have the finished object picture of it in my Ravelry. Okay, now on to other accessories. I have 9 other accessories. I'm hoping these don't take too terribly long. If you're still here with me, thank you so much for watching, because this is a lot, and I did have to take a dinner break when filming this because I started feeling a bit crazy. Okay, I'm going to talk about this blanket first because it is right here and it is ginormous. This is my culmination blanket by Lindsay Fowler. It is in her Salt and Timber is the book. It is massive. It is 5 by 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 5 by 6 square blanket. Each of these squares are, you can see it's like this big. It might be 11 inches by 11 inches. Although the pattern, it's supposed to be 12 inch by 12 inch, but my gauge is a little smaller. I just used a combination of different yarn weights held together to make each of these squares. As you can see, they're all different colors. And so all of these were scrap yarns in my stash. And so I didn't use any like new yarn for it. It's all just leftover yarn from projects. And so that makes me really happy. It kind of feels like just a blanket of combinations of knits that I've made in the past. And the gauge or the weight of the resulting, like all of it held together yarn is supposed to be around a bulky. But for example, I was doing a lot of like 4 fingering plus a suri held together, or 2 DK plus a suri held together. All of these squares do have at least 1 strand of suri, so it is like I wanted a suri blanket, and I was like, oh, I could get a suri blanket if I hold suri in every single one of these squares, and I did it. So it's a very fluffy, soft blanket. It is so weighty. It's a very heavy blanket. It is yeah, okay. What else do I have to say? Oh, you crochet. If you haven't seen or heard about this pattern before, you do knit each square individually, and in the end you connect them with a crochet by crocheting them all together. And I did knit this as part of a culmination blanket knit along, but I didn't post a picture or enter anything for it. It just kind of was, oh, everyone else is making it and I want to make it at the same time. So I started this September 14th and I finished it December 6th. The goal to finish it was like the day that they started the knit along, they were like, if you knit 2 squares every week, you'll finish it by the end of the year. And I tried to like front load a lot of them by knitting more than 2 squares every week, and so I did finish before the end of the year. But yeah, it's great. I've been using it a lot to keep warm. It is very warm. Even though I was wondering, even though there's all these holes in it, it is still very warm to use. And when my mom was visiting me, she did also use it, and she said it was really nice. So yeah, it's a great blanket. Would I make it again? Actually, I would consider making it again, but because it's a great way to use up some leftover yarn or scrap yarn. But maybe I would try a non-suri version just because I don't know if I have enough leftover suri in different colors now to make a full blanket. And I do have 1 square with no suri in it that I made kind of in the beginning of this blanket, that because I thought maybe I would just do some with suri. And then I said, nope, I'm going to do all suri, and so I still have 1 square that is no suri. So I could see myself making another one, but I don't know if I would make it as quick as 2 squares per week. But yeah, it's not totally out of the realm of ideas on making another culmination blanket. Although maybe I would gift it. Because I don't know if I need 2 of them in my house. Okay, speaking of blankets, I actually made 2 blankets. I knit 2 blankets this year, which seems kind of crazy because it is kind of crazy. But this was actually the first blanket I knit this year. I started this one January 18th and I finished it May 10th. This is my Sweet Shop blanket. This was absolutely so fun to knit. This is a pattern by Laura Penrose, and the yarn I used for this was actually, this is also really like, it's a themed blanket, I feel like. So you can see there's a main color, which is like this slightly yellow white yarn. It is an undyed yarn I used for the main color, but the rest of the colors, all of the different colors you see in here, are all Paisley Knits yarn. I got the seasons like sock sets from her from 2023, and so that meant for each season I got 4 sock sets, and they were all themed, which meant 8 colors for each season. And so what I did was, let me show you, for example, for these 4 squares, I used these 2 were like the main skein of the sock set, and these 2 were the mini. So I just like doubled. I made 2 of the same colors. Does that make sense? Like these 2 are the same color and these 2 are the same color. But each half of the square, like this color that I'm holding right now, used about 10 grams of yarn. So I was able to use basically most of the mini skein by making 2. And then about 20 grams with the main skein. And that is why I had about 80 grams left of all of these full skeins of yarn from Paisley Knits because of this blanket. And so I did that for each of them. So you can see I had 16 squares. 16 squares for each season. Because there were 4 sock sets. And so look how fun that is. The Paisley, Coley from Paisley Knits did such a great job of making the colorways for these because they really do look like colors of the season. So these were the spring colors you see here. And then there is the, where is it? The summer colors. So fun. Then the fall colors here. And then the winter colors over here. My favorites are spring and fall colors. And yeah, it was really great. My goal was to, I think the way I did it was 4 squares every week for this. This blanket is constructed where you knit it all together, like you join as you knit, and so there is no seaming done in the end, which is really awesome. But towards the end started feeling like you have to lug around this entire blanket while you knit on it, but really nice because no seaming at the end. It was a super fun knit. Would I knit this again? Oh, and it's all garter stitch. Okay, would I knit this again? Yes, I would knit this again. It's also held up really nicely considering, so my boyfriend uses this blanket all the time, and I was a little worried in the beginning because he wraps it around himself, he like drags it around, he's like wearing it like a cape, and I was like, oh my gosh, is it gonna like fall apart and rip apart? But through all of that, and keep in mind, I finished this, when did I finish this? Yeah, in May, so the middle of the year. So he's been doing that for a while, and it's held up so nice. No rips, no holes, no part that's looking sketchy. Maybe some parts that are a little pilly, but just a little bit. Like what I would expect from using something for as much. But honestly, like pretty good considering. And it also makes me very happy that he actually does use this blanket and keeps him warm and he likes it. So would I knit this again? Yes. However, I think what I will actually make next for a blanket is a different blanket pattern from Laura Penrose, but it is very similar to this one. So this one, all of the color squares are in the same direction, but she has a, well, I will show you very soon, the Sweet Shop, sorry, not Sweet Shop, the Stella Quilt cushion pattern she has. I think the cushion pattern came out first, and then she had the blanket pattern come out. And again, it's a very similar construction where you're knitting squares, half one color, half the other, basically, and then position, but this one's positioned in different ways, so it looks like a quilted pattern, and she has a blanket version of it, so I would probably make that one next, but very similar to a Sweet Shop. I would still also consider making another Sweet Shop, but if I did, probably as a gift and not for myself, since I do have now 2 knitted blankets. Okay, since it's a nice transition now to move on to my next accessory thing, I guess. Other accessories include home accessories is how I'm thinking about it. I talked about the Stella Quilt cushion, and I've made a Stella Quilt cushion, and actually I have made 5 of them in 2024 because 1 I made for myself, and then 4 have all been gifted for Christmas, and so they're now with all of their owners, and I think they all really like it, so it makes me very happy. So I will have a picture, I think, of, I don't know where, which side of the other 4, because the way that I did it, it's for me, my sister, and my cousins, and so I wanted all of us to have like the same front of the pillow, so all of these colors look the same in the front, we all have the same, but it's the back of the pillow that I changed the color for everyone to be their favorite color. And for their pillows, I actually did a hand dye of my own yarn to make their colors for the back of the pillows, And then for me, I just use, my pillow was like the test pillow. This was the first one I made. I just wanted to see if it worked out and if I liked it before I made a whole bunch of them. And I used some yarn I had in stash for the back of my pillow. But let me talk about the yarn first for the front. Actually, for the front, kind of this like main color of this white color is a hand dye by me as well. It basically is just a super, super, super light gray, just to kind of cancel out some of that yellow of the undyed yarn kind of color. And then the rest, all 8 of these colors are colorways from Woolberry, Anne of Green Gables collection. And I had 1 skein of each of these colors, and I was able to finish all of the pillows with some yarn left over still. And so if you want to make 5 of them with all different colors, and only 1 skein of each, it's doable with some leftovers. Who knows, like, I have it weighed out. Actually, let me just look. Okay. I used 14 grams. 14 grams for one of these colors for 1 pillow. So that's about 7 grams for each, like half, like this. So yeah, you can make more, or you can do like, anyway, I can't math right now, but around 14 grams of each of these colors for 1 pillow. And I think they look really cute. They're just a mix of colors, but I think it works. And then for mine specifically, I used 2 skeins. Is that right? This is a DK weight. I followed the DK weight instructions for this pillow, and so all of this is fingering weight yarn, held double, so it kind of acts like a DK weight. For my brown, the back here, I held 1 strand of a Woolberry colorway called Cliffhanger, and then the other colorway is Explorer Knits Denali Sock Formaggio. So that is that. Looks really nice together. And I did the flap closure, so I didn't do the zipper closure because I want it to be so that you can change out the inside pillow, so you could either wash the outside or change the pillow on the inside. Didn't want to I didn't want to sew it closed either, just in case you may wanted to wash it. Okay, that's this pillow. Okay, the one thing I don't think I forgot to talk about in my podcast is that I did eventually find a pillow insert that I like. The first pillow insert that I had for this was because it's a 20 inch by 20 inch size that I needed. And I got one from IKEA. It's like a feather, maybe down pillow. I did not like it at all. The feathers were like pokey. And then it would just, when you push down on the pillow, it just like stayed flat. Like it wasn't bouncy, and it just wasn't full, I feel like. And so I ended up just buying some pillows from Amazon. It came in a pack of 2. So I bought one pack of 2 for me to try out. And I ended up liking it. Like it fills it out really nicely. I guess it kind of does poke out a little bit here. Because it's kind of full, but it never falls out. And that's kind of all that matters, to me at least. A really nice feeling pillow that I actually want to lay my head on now. And then when I sampled it and I was like, okay, it's great, then I sent it over to my sister to help pack up the rest of my cousin's presents because they all live in Hawaii. Yeah, I think it worked out really nice. And I do like the end result for this pillow, both the insert and also like the knitted part of this pillow. Now, would I make this again? I would say yes, because I've made 5 of them. I actually never got tired of making them. It was actually quite enjoyable to knit. I would say the back sometimes felt like a slog because you have to knit this entire thing versus knitting all of the small little squares, but it was worth it, and I really enjoyed it. As far as how it wears, or how it's done so far, so this is another knitted home accessory that my boyfriend really does enjoy using. He sleeps on this. He like always grabs it to like put on his back to like lean against, and he uses it a lot, and sometimes I'm a little worried that he's gonna break it or whatever, but it's held up really nicely still, and so he can use it however much he wants. I'm gonna hold it close because you can see some pilling happening here. Part of it I think is just because this is the cashmere base from Woolberry. It's only I think like 10% cashmere, right? But it is a little bit softer, and so I think just that softness kind of leads to a bit more pilling, but nothing I can't kind of clean up if I want to, and it's not destroying like the integrity of the pillow. So very, very pleased with this, and I want to make another pillow. Probably not the same colors. I don't need two of the exact same colors, but I'd love to make another one of these pillows, but maybe not anytime super soon since I just kind of finished these. I started these pillows, like this first one for me, I started in May. I think I was trying to make them about one a month. So number 2 was in June, July, August, October. So I think I took a little break, like when it was moving time, when we moved last year. Things were a bit chaotic, so I kind of stopped a little bit, and I had to because I had to dye yarn for the ones that were presents, I had to kind of figure out what to do after moving. But then, yeah, the last one I started in end of October and I finished it in November, so I had lots of time to make the deadline for Christmas gifts. But yeah, so that was a really fun project last year. I had the thought of doing these pillows from, I think, like the beginning of 2024. So what am I going to do if I do gifts again, knitted gifts for my sister and my cousins this year? I haven't thought about it yet. I think I was just really into these pillows, and then I didn't think about it for this year, but yeah, I have time, I think, still to think about it. Okay, so that's, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 projects, more projects. Okay, and then I think the last 2 I have, is that right? I just have 2 more, I think, is, actually, let me just check to make sure I didn't, miss anything. Yeah, 2 blankets, 5 cushions. Yes, okay, I only have 2 more other accessories to talk about, and these were also gifts, and these made me really happy. So that also means I don't have them to show you, but I have pictures, and so I can show you the pictures on whichever side of the screen I decide to put the picture on. So the first one is some leg warmers that I made for my skating coach. I made them, it took me like a month to finish. I started February 10th and I finished them March 10th. I use Knit Picks Swish DK to make these, and the colorway I use is Marble Heather, so it's a really nice kind of like medium toned gray. And I didn't follow a pattern, I just did a 2x2 ribbed leg warmer. I think Pearl Soho might have had a leg warmer pattern that was 2x2 rib, but it had shaping, and I didn't really want to do the shaping just because I was lazy, and so it is just a straight tube of a 2x2 rib, and it turned out so cute. It fit her nicely, and so that's always a great and kind of a worrying thing for me when I'm gifting something that needs to fit the recipient. I'm kind of worried about fit, but these fit her really nicely. She wanted them to be really long, and so she wanted it to cover the top of her skate all the way to above her knee, and so I did have to make them pretty long, but it is a DK weight yarn, and so it didn't go by like super slowly, just sometimes a little boring. But I did bring it with me on some like a plane trip and also like a skating thing I went to where I wanted to focus on the skating but still kind of knit, and so it was a really easy just knit and do other things as well. And I used basically all of 4 skeins of this Knit Pick Swish DK. I think each skein was 50 grams, so that's like 200 grams of a DK weight yarn, so perfect amount. Ever since I finished those, I told myself I wanted to make some for myself and also for my other skating friends. And I haven't gotten to it, but maybe this is the year. Maybe 2025 is the year where I will make myself some leg warmers. And then the last thing to talk about and share with you all for this video is another gift I gave to one of my friends. This is a clover bag. It is a pattern by Sarah Opie, and who is arieknits on Instagram, and it is a one size thing. It is a drawstring bag, and I think the idea for it is to use a sock set, because you use the main color as like the main part of the bag, and then there's like a little flower color work that happens in the middle that you can use your mini skein to use, and then the drawstring is also in the mini skein color. And so that is what I did. I used a sock set from Woolberry in the colorway I Don't Doubt for the pink colorway, and then the brown is for Good and Proper, and I believe that this sock set was from the Downton Abbey collection from Woolberry. And so I made that for my friend, and it was really cute, and I hope she likes it, and I hope she's using it, and if she's not, that's totally fine too. But yeah, I was really happy making that. I would consider making one for myself, but I think instead of this bag pattern, I would actually just make a different. Tori Yu has a drawstring bag pattern, I think it's called the Pearl Pouch, that I want to try and make, and so I honestly might just try and make that, and depending on how I feel, that one versus this one will kind of determine which one I decide to make all my other knitted drawstring bags for, as far as like which pattern. But it was pretty fun. Somewhat of a difficult knit though, this one, the clover bag. The bottom of the bag is shaped in like an oval shaped, and it's like double knitted, or it's not double knit, but actually I think it's knitted in the round. So you do get a 2-layered fabric shaped in an oval, and then you must pick up around it somehow, and you do some increases, and so it looks kind of, there's a base, very flat base, and then it poofs out. The bag kind of just comes out and around, and some of those instructions were a little like, whoa, what's happening? The instructions were clear. They were clear. It's just kind of like, oh, I had to really focus and count in what was happening. But that was kind of my takeaway from that. Okay, that was the last thing. I wasn't counting while going through all of these, but that must have been 61 projects I talked about. This video is so long. I'm looking at how long it took me to record this, and it is, magnitudes longer than my other what I've made videos, and I think it's not that much more. I have less projects in 2022 and just 2 more than 2023. So I don't know why this video is so long, but if you've stuck with me till the end, thank you so much for watching. I am sure that it took most of you multiple, start and stops to finish the video. But thank you so much for watching. I hope that this was informative and helpful, and just like a reminder of everything I've knit this year and what you've seen or haven't seen if you've started watching my podcast later in the year. It was pretty enlightening for me to see, like, I didn't knit as much just sweaters as much as I thought I did. I knit way more scarves and shawls, or just shawls basically, than I thought I did this year, like more than sweaters, and so that was kind of crazy. And there was a lot of gift knits this year versus the previous years, and I think that I'm going to continue on that train of gift knits because I can only knit so much stuff for myself, although I love knitting for myself, and I'm going to continue to do that, but I think I'm starting to really like some gift knitting as well. So this video has been long enough. I don't need a long outro for this, but again, thank you so much for sticking through it. I hope that you continue to watch my podcast in 2025. I have some fun projects I'm working on and have plans for in the year, so I hope that you'll stick with me. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you in my next regular podcast episode. Bye!